Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a good afternoon. Hey, Just Jeffo, and everybody else who is currently here. Alright guys, so on the agenda for today's stream, I'm gonna do some just normal matches of Dad while we wait, and then later tonight we're gonna watch the live dev Q&A that is being hosted by Iron Mace. I'm kind of curious exactly what they're going to go over. The new season, it seems like it has a lot of wizard and cleric perks, skills, spells, etc. And if there's one thing I like the most in this game, it's probably wizard and cleric. So we'll see if it's going to be, good or not so good. And also, I haven't streamed in a little bit, so I figured this would be like a good opportunity to stream and kind of do a little bit of discussion on all that stuff. Hey, Lazar. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, I'm like way past the point in this season where I'm interested in building kits, so we're just going to play some normals and just kind of go from there. Honestly, I haven't played this game in like a month, so I feel like I'm not even gonna be that good, honestly. I feel like I need to warm up, man. It's been so long. Also, I realized that I can't even play Ruins. I can't play Ruins or Caves in Blue Gear anymore. I don't know if that's gonna carry over to next season, but yeah, that kind of changes like how I have to play the game a little bit. Because my go-to whenever I stream was usually Blue Gear, Castle normals. But it looks like I can't do that in Gear, so we just have to kind of run Squire. Let me tell you, fellas, we are 2 weeks away until we can start streaming more consistently. I really hope that Mistfall does not blunder. I am a little bit worried. I actually messed up my perks. I'll fix it next game. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried specifically about, Mistfall potentially failing. I mean, as much as I enjoy the game for what it's worth, there's always a there's always a risk, especially with this extraction genre, because it kind of feels like, just generally speaking, the melee extraction genre does not do very well. We've seen so many games kind of come and go over the last year and a half, give or take. Between I mean, how many are there really? Legacy, Steel and Sorcery, Dungeonborn, Rita's good, if you even want to count that game. The Cube. The Cube, which was really terrible. And honestly, I mean, there's way more games, too. But yeah, it's kind of just, I don't know. It feels like this genre just, like, doesn't do very well, generally speaking, so I hope that Mistfall does not meet the same fate as all those other game titles. Yeah, the Calling returning in private server in the same exact week as Dungeonborn potentially returning. No, Dungeonborn is not going to be private servers, of course. It's going to be a new game. But it's the same developer, so kind of similar. But yeah, those two games both returning in, like, the same timeline was pretty crazy, honestly. I mean, the Calling was one of my... was like the game that sparked my channel. If it wasn't for the Calling, I probably never would have started streaming to begin with. So, the game will always have, like, a special place, as far as how much I like it goes. I mean, I usually play US servers. Sometimes I'll hop over to EU if I feel like things are, like, I don't know, sometimes I'll hop over there, but usually I'm in US servers. I think it's just that people don't like to lose gear and stuff. You have a lot of friends that don't like that. I mean, like, that's fine, but I don't think that's actually the case, because if that was true, Arc Raiders would not have peaked at 500,000 players. Like, because if truly the reason that this genre did so poorly is because people don't like losing gear, then Arc Raiders Escape from Tarkov would not have anywhere near, they wouldn't have enough, they wouldn't have players. And both of those games are very successful, even though Tarkov is, I don't know what the playership, the player count is like nowadays for that game, but it was popular at one point, and I think it is still relatively popular. I don't think it's that, man. I don't think it's just, like, close-lensed only the fact that it has, looting and gear. There has to be more to it, right? And surely you'd probably agree with that. There has to be more. It can't only be the, it can't only be the open looting. It has to be something else, right? Do I need an HR kit to run? I don't know. Let me do some warm-up first. I don't even think I'm, like, ready to go to High Roller, to be honest with you. I haven't played this game in over a month. Like, I'm so rusty on this game at this point. Between Mistfall and The Calling, which I've been playing a lot of over the last month. Obviously, like, give and take, but, yeah, between those games, my, my, Dark and Darker, whatever you want to call it, has kind of gone out the window a little bit. Because I'm so used to those games now. I'm not even sure if I'm, like, ready for High Roller at this point. I don't like, feel like, I just don't feel ready at all. I feel very rusty. I'm absolutely not, like, ready. Like, I'm literally sitting here trying to, like, sprint and dodge, and I can't do that in this game. To give you an idea of how, like, down bad I am. But yeah, if the best place for me to practice 100% is going to be here. Like, no questions asked. I can't even hit my shots. Damn, he ate a lot. Yeah, look at those survival bush shots. Look how rusty I am. That was terrible. Yeah, Wizard and Cleric are going to be very fun next season for sure. I'm hoping it doesn't feel like too insanely broken. At least. We'll see how that goes. We'll freaking see. I'm right. Tarkov is 13K. Now, don't forget, Tarkov is not just on Steam. Tarkov has been on their own launcher for a long time now. So if you really want to think of it that way, Tarkov probably has way more than just 13K players. I'm assuming you mean Steam charts. So really, like, Tarkov is doing way, like, I would actually be happy if Mistfall had 13K players. Although, honestly, we need more than just 13K, but... Oh my god, it's a Spell Cleric. Wait, I'm actually so happy that this guy's... Should I play Spell Cleric? I don't think it's good, but... Alright, well... I mean, it would still be... it would still be fun. It's not good, but it would be fun. Maybe it wouldn't be fun, I don't know. I still like that we saw a Spell Cleric, though. That's still cool. I don't see... I feel like those are pretty rare. Maybe he's practicing for next season. I respect it, man. Pretty sure that armor rating's actually better. I don't think I want those. I know this loot doesn't matter, but I'm gonna loot it anyway. I know it literally does not matter in any way, shape, or form. I know. Oh. save him with parry. Wait, he's a... Wait, we're good. He missed the... I don't know how he missed that parry. Man, you know, for not playing for a full month, I am doing better than I thought I would. And remember, this is all Squire gear, so it's not like I'm being carried by gear. I'm actually genuinely surprised. I thought I would get, like, I thought I was gonna get shredded today. I didn't think I'd be killing anybody. It's just been, I just haven't played this in so long. Like, a whole month is so long to be gone from, like, this kind of game, you know? I'm sure some of you guys, like, can understand that. Like, to be gone for that long, I don't know. Maybe I'm, like, overreacting, I don't know, but... At least to me, I feel rusty, but I guess I'm not quite as rusty as I maybe thought I was. I don't know, I still don't feel 100%, but whatever. Yeah, I don't like Arming Sword. Isn't Arc Raiders dead? Okay, Arc Raiders is definitely not dead. They still have, what, 30,000 to 50,000 players? If that is dead, then Dark and Darker basically doesn't exist, if that's true. Also, sorry, I've been doing so much fighting over the last few minutes, I probably missed a lot of you guys joining, so sorry, but welcome everybody who's currently here. Hey guys. Hey JWL, welcome. I don't even have the right equipment on. I'm supposed to have a short sword, because my Swordmaster is not even working. I messed that up. I guess I could take the Arming Sword to proc my perk, but I really don't like Arming Sword. I'm just gonna ignore it. Well, so I said it earlier, but you might have just joined. I haven't played this in a month, so I feel, like, really rusty. So, I don't really know if I'm too worried about playing, like, high gear, because I feel like I'm just gonna be dying over and over again, but... I don't know, I'm doing pretty well at the moment, so maybe I'm, like, still, like, okay. Honestly, Mistfall Hunter's combat is just so different from this game that it feels weird, like, coming back to this. Like, the mobility's so much less, you know, without the dodges and stuff. It's so much different. You know, like, in this game, it's just, you know, you have your Q and your E ability, and that's it. You know? It's just that and your movement. Where Mistfall, you're managing, like, an energy bar, and you're managing your dodges, and there's, like, a bunch more types of, I don't know, just, there's a lot more, I feel like, going on, and it's, like, it's kind of made my Dark and Darker, like, brain kind of leave a little bit. Kind of feels that way. Melee not looking good next patch? You mean for next season of Dad? Yeah, so based on what I saw from everything that Wizard is going to be getting access to, yeah, Melee's probably going to be pretty rough. I think Barbarian with Iron Will is probably going to be good still, I assume. But, yeah, like, general Melee that's bad against classes like Wizard are probably going to be miserable to play, I would assume. I think that's fair. I mean, there's really not much to talk about for Dungeon Betwixt, to be real with you. I mean, the game is probably a year or two away from ever seeing, like, a real release. I mean, it really is best to just, just pretend the game doesn't exist and just wait, because the game is going to be, it's so far out, man. Even a playtest is probably really far away. I wouldn't expect a playtest for 6 months, minimum, based on the gameplay we've seen. I mean, the gameplay trailer that we saw earlier was, or not earlier, but, you know, the last stream. The audio wasn't even correct. Like, it was a placeholder audio, so the game clearly is nowhere near to being ready, you know? I'm not, like, too worried about that. You know, honestly, another thing, having to, like, relearn this game again after a month is, like, the muscle memory, at least, is hard enough without having to worry about I'm sure everybody in High Roller at this point is probably running very geared and juiced at this point. I would assume artifacts and stuff are probably everywhere. So I don't really want to be fighting end game or like end of wipe, you know. I don't know. I don't really want to be fighting end wipe like artifact kits when I haven't been playing for so long. Like I don't know. I don't really feel like it, to be honest. So it's not like I'm really planning to like play this season at this point very much at all. I wanted to talk about the changes that are coming for next season, so I figured I'd just like play a few games while we wait. I would be a little bit worried about playing Fighter next season. I don't know if it's going to be very good. I think Fighters are going to get bullied by Wizard. I mean, Fighter historically has always been kind of bad against Wizard, but it's going to be even worse now, so I don't know. Muscle memory as in? Muscle memory of, like, Dad's combat compared to what I've been playing, which is Mistfall and The Calling. I've been playing that off stream, though. But, yeah, the games just have very different movement and, like, gameplay. So trying to basically get used to, or reused to Dad's combat is what I'm trying to do at the moment. I mean, I got 3 kills last game, so it actually went better than I thought it would, but... Yeah, I saw the new trailer. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I don't know how it's a weird spot. I don't know how range versus melee is going to be once the patch full releases without seeing more info from Iron Mace. I will say the sleep spell from Wizard looks very, very scary. Crowd control in games like this where you die so fast are always very, like, you have to be really careful. Because if sleep lasts too long, you might, like, a sleep might just equal a kill. Because if you can die in 2 seconds and the sleep lasts for 3, well, all of a sudden, you are now guaranteed to die if the wizard hits that. So, like, you know what I mean? It's just... Gotta be really careful whenever you add big crowd control, like sleep spells and stuff. You gotta be really, really careful. I mean, I'm not saying that it's going to be broken, but I am saying that you have to be very careful when you do add stuff like that to games. I have no idea if it's going to be, like, broken or not, but if I had to guess, it's probably going to be, it's either going to be really, really strong, or it's going to be garbage. Oh, I wish I liked Longsword. I would use... well, actually, it would be terrible for this build, but... Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. Like an insta-cast sleep, and then the wizard just kind of gets to do whatever they want. And in teams, you're now putting someone to sleep to get attacked by 3 different players, which might include, like, your ranger teammate with a windlass that just gets a free headshot. It can be very scary. Sure. Did I say The Calling? Yeah. Yeah, I made a video about it a few days ago. There's a private server, Discord, that I've been actively playing on for the last, like, couple days. I've been in, like, the voice chat of, like, I've actually been playing with some viewers that joined the channel from my video. Been fun. I thought about streaming it, but the servers aren't, like, super stable yet. It's more of, like, early playtest, like, bug fixing time, so, like, sometimes shit just doesn't really work like it's supposed to. But the fact that we can play the game at all is pretty huge. Like, I love The Calling. That was one of my favorite games. The fact that I can even play it at all is really cool. And I also know that I'm going to be so busy at the end of the month with Mistfall that I'm trying to play as much Calling as I can. Because I know once Mistfall was out, I probably will not have time to play it anymore. Because, you know, I make content for you know, I mean, I make video. I mean, I make gaming content. I can't really. This falls like where I'm going to do that, so just kind of is what it is. Hey, eSport, welcome. Good to see you, man. So the Q&A dev talk is about 2 hours from now. It's gonna be 9 p.m. EST. I would assume that they're gonna be probably live a little bit early, or at least live as in like the stream will be live. I don't know if they'll do anything before, but I know that it starts at 9, so we got about 2 hours to go before that releases. So I'll be here just playing some games for fun while we wait for the Q&A. And then once 9 p.m. comes around, we'll do some discussion on all the new stuff that IronMace talks about. Sleep only works in the back. I don't think there's been any proof of that. If that's true, then sleep won't be nearly as oppressive. If that is, you know, that would make a very big difference. My reasoning between playing solos and not duos or trios, I just like solo combat. I always have. I mean, I don't really have like a real reason. I just prefer solos, I guess. I don't mind duos, but solos is definitely preferred. I believe we're supposed to have new artifacts next season, but I don't know if they've been released yet or anything like that. If Wizard Sleep works on yourself if you miss, that would be so troll. Wow, wouldn't that just be hilarious if that's true? Oh my god. That would be so silly. Also, yeah, Joker. It is the same calling you're probably thinking of, yeah. Yeah, the game that Xavient... The game that Xavient, like, ruined, pretty much. They really flubbed that one up. I'm just gonna vendor everything. I get this, it doesn't, none of this loot matters. I'm just looting for the sake of it, because it feels like I don't know, it feels like it'd be really stupid if I just wasn't looting at all, so I'm just doing it to do it. Yeah, I don't care about stuff. Not this late in season. I'll vendor everything. I just want to play games. I don't care about anything else. Honestly, if Squire Royale was soloable, I'd probably be playing that. But it's not really a big deal. This is perfectly fine as well. I might just like vendor most of this gear. I guess I don't have to. I could just store it. Yeah, it's fine. I gotta fix that stiletto anyway. Yeah, this has to be a short sword for the build to work. I'm surprised I did so well without having a short sword, because I had 3 perks basically. Funny. Another summon now from Cleric. You get to fight 6 creatures if you go against Druid, Cleric, and Warlock. Oh, you mean the sword summon? Well, it looks like that just kind of stays in place, so I'm not sure if that's going to be super scary or not. I don't know if they'll give more info on that, but I am kind of curious what that'll be. What is the wipe timer? That is a good question. I don't know. 1 day. 1 day, 7 hours, it looks like. Well, keep in mind that usually the downtime for patches can be upwards of 12 to 24 hours. I usually just expect the game to not be live until 2 days from the patch day. Because it'll be midnight Thursday, midnight Friday that the patch starts, or that wipes, right? Because it's 1 day, 7 hours, so it'll be Thursday and then, like, you know, Friday. So I would not expect to be playing Dark and Darker until Saturday at the very earliest. Yeah, outside of that, I'm just saying, I wouldn't expect to be playing any sooner. Also, not to mention, like, even if the servers go live, there's usually a lot of problems day one. When is the last time we had a completely uninterrupted season wipe without any problems? I can't remember the last time. I don't like Druid personally. I really dislike it in this game, so I don't play it myself. Never? Yeah, never unfortunately might be it might actually be a pretty accurate answer. Which is unfortunate, but yeah, I think so. Hey Big No, welcome, welcome. Class that plays good, you don't have to worry about parrying. I mean, you could play what I'm playing right now. This build has no parrying required at all. This build doesn't even have blocking. It is literally just you're completely dependent on your own movement, not anything else. Oh, taser, huh? I'm gonna be real with you. Any kit you give me, I'm probably gonna lose it on the first game. I'm extremely rusty right now. I haven't played this game in over a month, so I don't know, man. I don't know if I even like want to bother taking kits. I think I'd really rather just like practice here. Try to have as many fights as I can. We're playing fighter at the moment. This is an old build that I used. I probably made a video for this build in the last like 4 months, I would assume. We're playing Morningstar Short Sword with Weapon Mastery, Swift, Sword Mastery, Dual Wield. And then we're going for like plates. And with this build, we're at 42 PDR, which is pretty good for Squire. And then we have Survival Bow for like range kiting / like chip damage. We're not super good against like casters. Like, I guess Sork would not be a great fight for us, but it's also Squire, so if we happen to run into like a Sork, it's whatever. It's not a big deal. We're not playing Slayer. Slayer would be no plate. We're basically running plate dual wield, yeah. This is my favorite way to play fighter personally. I've never really been a big fan of like the longsword parry combat. I prefer this usually. Hey, Omis or, Brandon. Hey, man. You're a new watcher? Well, hey, Abdul. I'm good. I'm glad to see you here now. I don't know how new you are exactly. I don't know if you're new, like, new from Dark and Darker, or if you're new from, like, Mistfall or something like that, but either way, welcome. Haven't played this game in 4 months. Were there any major changes? Well, it's a good thing you asked that. Not yet, but the new season comes out in like a day or two, and we're gonna go over the dev Q&A, which is gonna be in about 2 hours from now, and we're gonna go over everything, hopefully, that Iron Mace shares that'll be new for next season. So I don't have an answer for you yet as to what is gonna be new. Outside of, I know there's going to be new cleric and wizard stuff. If you want specifics, you'll have to wait until the Q&A. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Mr. X, are you really surprised? You should have you had to have known that you had to have known that I was gonna be good at the culling as well. I mean, you had to have known this when you were fighting me. I mean, Melee games is like what I play, man. Of course it was gonna be like that. And I also have probably 1,000 hours in that game from like 10 years ago, so it's like riding a bike or something like that. Hey, Garrulous. Yeah, I wanted to go over the new season dev Q&A later tonight, so I figured it was a good time to stream and just chill. Hey, a barb. I haven't fought one of them yet. As a player over there too. I want to get sandwiched, but we are in Squire, so not that big of a deal. That's what you all have a challenge? Yeah, well, I mean, that's the fun part, right? Yeah, whenever I play games like this, it is always more fun to fight people that are on like a somewhat even playing field. Whether that be the gear or the skill, or both, regardless. Yeah, it's never fun just like, you know, dumpstering people for free. Well, some people might like that, but I don't. Get third party by this bar. Unlucky for me that this gargoyle is just sitting here now. Oh, okay. That gargoyle shouldn't have even been there. I don't know why the hell it was. Oh, you know what? Healing Shrine. It's fine. Dual wield, activate your perks. Dual wield gives us 15% action speed and weapon damage for free, which is very, very good. Goes without saying. I knew that barb was gonna try to third party me. I had a feeling. Do I have a vid you can look up for starter Slayer builds? I probably have videos on my channel. Have you tried going to my channel and just typing in Slayer Fighter or Dual Wield Fighter? Because I guarantee you that you'll find a video with those tags that are beginner guides. I can't promise they'll be super up to date, but but Fighter has been so stagnant for so long that it's probably the same exact build that I'm running. Honestly, I don't imagine that anything has really changed. I can go over, like, the build. There's not much to talk about, though, because it's Squire, but I can, like, kind of go over what I'm doing with this. It's nothing too special. Movement speed rolls? I don't think those will ever return to Dark and Darker. I just can't imagine that ever being the case. I mean, truly, why would they bother? Like, why? Movement speed rolls just become a mandatory thing that everybody has to always grab, which feels pretty, like, silly. I don't think that's necessarily good for the game to have required rolls, which movement speed is so meta in this game, like, it kind of has to be. I mean, movement speed really is so, like, meta, you know? Too valuable of a stat. I mean, honestly, like, 5 movement speed is arguably better than, like, plus all stats. Like, that's how good movement speed is. you alive? I must have got so many limb hits, it's insane. He did have Savage Roar, but that must have been like Limb Hit City or something. Sure. I don't... Anyway. Yeah, what was that? 7 hits? It was a lot. Way more than it should have been. Yeah, I mean, that's crazy. Alright. Like, in a normal spot, I wouldn't have fought a Barb with Savage Roar up, but he bonked the wall, so I felt like that was a fight I was supposed to take. He just ate way more than I thought he would. You got the hook off? Yeah, but it didn't do much because of the door. The door basically saved me there from the hook. I'm shocked I'm shocked to see a Barb using hook. The last time I played this game, the hook was a joke. No one used it. But I guess that maybe it's more meta now than it used to be. Yeah, because last time I played, the hook was absolutely not meta by any means. It was like throwing your kid away if you use the hook. Also, Barb versus Barb, Iron Will negates the grappling hook, so it was kind of like having one less skill against other Barbs. And when Barb is like really strong, that's a problem. Because then other Barbs are going to run, like, Rage and Roar, which was always more meta. So then you just kind of die to them for free. It's always, like, a tightrope balance of taking the right skill, pretty much. Hook with Heavy Swing is better. Wait, does Heavy Swing work with Grapple Hook? They must have updated it, because that doesn't make sense. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, I'm just surprised. I really didn't think that Barbs were using hook now, but... It was only one Barb, but if you guys are telling me that they're using it now, I mean, I'm inclined to, you know, take your word for it. I mean, in trios, you're gonna have wizards sleeping people, and then your ranger teammate windlass headshotting them, probably for full HP. I'm envisioning the sleep meta already. Could already see it's gonna be crazy, I'm sure. Unless sleep doesn't work unless you hit them in the back. In which case, sleep won't be, like, nearly as strong. It'll be better for, like, chasing. But I don't know if we've gotten confirmation on how it's gonna react yet, or how it's gonna work, so... But yeah, I'm imagining sleep is going to be really good from Wizard. Yeah, so since one of you asked, so I'm running Morningstar, Short Sword, Survival Bow. So those are my weapons of choice. Because of the Armor Pen for Morningstar is good. And then Short Sword activates Sword Mastery, because you need a sword in your primary hand. And that makes the Morningstar do more damage. Dual Wield, because you get extra action speed. Swift, because of the movement speed penalty, gets negated. It used to be 30%, they nerfed it, but movement speed is so important that I think you just take it anyway. And then Weapon Mastery is required, because Morningstar and Survival Bow, I think, are, like, better than Fighter's base weapons, pretty much. They can make sleep work like resting, where you gain HP and spell memory, but at a faster rate. I think what I'm worried about the most on sleep is that it lasts for too long. Like, let's say sleep lasts for 3 seconds. At that point, it is a free headshot from any ranger that is looking at that player in a team setting. So I'm just envisioning a spot where, like, the wizard puts you to sleep, and then the wizard then hits you with a spell, the ranger hits you with a windlass shot, and then at that point, you're probably already dead. So I'm just not sure how it's going to be balanced. But if it can only hit the back, like people were saying, then it might be okay, I think. Q&A starts at 9 o'clock. So we have about 2 hours from now until the Q&A starts. I'll be back in 1 moment, by the way. All right, what are we talking about? Let's see. No, the update is not here yet. So the update, I'll show you the wipe timer. Yeah, the wipe does not start for 1 day, 7 hours. So basically Friday at midnight for you EST people like me. Which means the game will probably not be playable until late Friday night or Saturday morning, based on Iron Mace's track record with wipes. It is very rare that I see a wipe on time and then not have any hiccups. So I would just expect to not be playing Dad's Wipe until Saturday. I think that's like a fair guess, I think. Well, straight movement speed is better than agility. Because agility got nerfed, even though it got a slight buff either this season or last season, it's still weaker than it used to be. Straight movement speed, you used to be able to roll like 5 speed on boots. So you basically doubled the speed, right? Because my boots have 5 speed. So if a roll gives you 5 speed, that is crazy. You know, like speed rolls were just so strong that you were pretty much forced to always take them. I guess you could add movement speed roll, but only make it like 1 or 2, you know, something small. But then at that point, I don't know, it might be kind of annoying having rangers double down, like, you know, doubling down and grabbing movement speed and agility rolls. So now the rangers are probably, you know, movement speed capped and you can't catch them. And then now you're dealing with the classic movement speed meta where now it's like, I don't know, you just have to be really careful with adding movement speed to like rolls. I guess if it was only boots and it was only like up to 2, maybe be fine, but at that point I just don't see why you'd bother. You just have to be really careful, I think, with general game balance and movement speed. How do you set Squire build? Oh, you must be like brand new to the game. You just go to the Squire here in the Merchant tab, and then you can assign your gear here on the left-hand side. Keep in mind that you're not going to see certain gear unless you have Weapon Mastery equipped for your perk. Because, like, the Morningstar is not a fighter weapon, but if you put Weapon Mastery on, you'll be able to throw on a Morningstar pretty much. So, just something to keep in mind. Is legendary status worth it? That question is probably dependent on if your computer is able to play it. So this season or last season, whatever, in the last few months, they added the new HR requirements. So you can't play HR unless you, I don't remember the names of everything. If anyone remembers, feel free to put it in chat. But there's certain requirements that you have to set up your PC for in order to play HR. Like, maybe there's like secure boot and some other stuff. So if you're not able to do that, then you would be wasting your money. Oh yeah, TPM 2.0. Yeah, I think that sounds right. Well, you can't equip a bow because you don't have weapon mastery on, is my guess. You have to make sure that perk is equipped. You're not going to be able to equip it unless you have it. I mean, realistically, as long as your PC is within, like, the last few years, I think most computers should be able to do it just fine. If you have, like, an older PC, that's where the problems start to creep up more. Or I think Linux might have some problems, too, if you're Linux or not. Does Linux work now? Because I thought there was a certain point where Linux players were not able to play that HR at all, but maybe that's been fixed. The player count must not be very... Well, I don't know what the player count is at the moment, but I'm assuming it's not super big. Like, in terms of playing like a specific map. Because there's so many different queues on this game. Because that barbarian in the kill feed is the same person we killed earlier. So I'm going to assume that we're probably, if I pay close attention to the kill feed, we probably see the same names pop up over and over again. Just because of how many different queues there are, I imagine. Q&A is in 2 hours, 9 p.m. EST, my time. Yeah, once that starts, we'll hop off the game and we'll start watching that. And then once the Q&A's over, I'll probably call it a stream for the night. So we'll play Dark and Darker for like the next hour or two, whenever they start it. It might start a little bit early too. Like, I'm not gonna wait until 9 o'clock to get into their stream. I'm sure they'll be live a little bit early. So I would say be ready by like 8:40, 8:45. At least 15 minutes early. I'll get ready to join. I don't want to get caught up and miss any of it. So. Aren't there more than over 24 queues? Oh, it's worse than that. I think there's 100 queues in this game. I think it's like 150 or 140 or something. It's way more than you think it is, if you include all the different regions. There's a lot of queues. If you divide the queue number by the number of players, I'm pretty sure you're left with like, I don't know, like a couple dozen per queue. Although there are certain regions that are clearly weighted heavier. Like US East has more players than like OCE, I'm pretty sure. I think so. Some regions are going to be weighted heavier than others, so it's not like exact math. But yeah, I think there's like 150 queues in total. You see, now you have me curious, and I feel like I feel like I want to check it out after this game. I don't remember how many there were. I know it's a lot. The problem with map rotation is I don't think the ice map and the water map are very good. So forcing me to play those maps would just make me not want to play the game. Like, if I went to play and I noticed that I could only play water map, I just wouldn't want to play. I don't like the water map. I don't think the like movement combat in that map is very good. So that's kind of a problem. I mean, I can deal with like the ice map and whatever. It's fine, but the water map in particular is I think like the big problem. I could deal with the other three, I guess, if it wasn't for the water map. But yeah, that water map is like very, very like bad. I really don't like it. If you did a map rotation with every map except for water map, I'd be fine with it. Truly, I really would. As long as you leave that map out, I don't. Hey, Billy Joe. How do I feel about gear changes and normals? Man, I'm not really a big fan. Primarily because blue gear and purple gear are locked to what I believe is the worst maps in the game. Like, I think Frost map and water map are worse than Crypts and Goblin Caves. I think they're just, I don't know, I just don't think they're as good. So, maybe if it was swapped, like, if water map was white, Frost was green, Goblin was blue, and Ruins was purple, I'd probably be fine with that more so than not. Again, it really just comes down to the Iron Mage trying to like force you to play water map. I think that's all. That's the only problem I have. Whatever makes it so I don't have to play water map, I'll be happy. Normal changes? I'll tell you what, after this game, I'll show you. Yeah, I'll show you exactly what the changes are. Those 3 people died really fast, and I haven't seen anyone since. Goblin Caves is more populated at the moment, or if more people are here in Ruins/Crypts. Well, when I went down to Crypts, I only saw one person, and it was a rogue just sitting in a corner. So it doesn't seem like Crypts is like it. I don't know. I'm not really sure. It might just be that the player count is so low for the end of this season that it's probably just. I don't think there's anything I can do to force fights. I think it just is what it is. So. I think it's just, like, I think that's just how the lobby is, you know? Not that I can really stop or worth complaining about, it's just, yeah. I think the lobby's probably dead already. Yeah, here, I'll leave so I can show you the lobby changes. I also want to count the queue number total, because I'm curious now that we talked about it earlier. Oh, wait. Player? Here? Or did I hear myself? I probably heard myself, didn't I? I totally did. I'm dumb. Alright. 100% heard myself. Never played this game before, but you're interested. Any suggestions for a first-time player? Hey! We found a player! Camping the exit. Hear that. What were we saying? Suggestions for a first-time player? I think Fighter's a really good class to play if you're brand new, so I would just suggest sticking to Fighter, at least for the time being, until you kind of get the ropes learned. I didn't know in order to find somebody, I didn't think people would be exit camping in Squire normals, but here we are, I guess. Here we are. So funny. I'm not even sure what the point is of, like, extract camping in this mode. Weird. You think that player found me? You think he wasn't like sitting near the exit? Because remember when I was walking by and I said I thought I heard somebody? And then I said, oh, it was probably just me. I think I heard that rogue and he was just hiding there. I'm pretty sure that he was there the whole time. I don't think he just stumbled across me. I think he was waiting for someone to come to the exit. I can't prove it, but I think that's what was going on. Hey, Harold. Q&A starts in an hour and 45 minutes, but about an hour and a half from now, we'll swap over to Iron Mace's Twitch channel, or whenever Iron Mace is live, we'll swap over to there so we can do a live, like, discussion of all the stuff that they're, you know, gonna show off for next season. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, exit camping in Squire normals is pretty insane. That is something only a rogue would do. For sure, only a rogue would ever do something like that. That's crazy. I don't even understand. That's such degenerate gameplay. By the way, I think someone earlier mentioned hunger, and I think I forgot to answer. So let me answer that question really quick. So someone asked at some point earlier that I forgot to answer, what I think of hunger. If I think it's good or whatever. I personally think that hunger looks and feels like a good game. Like, I would not recommend against playing hunger. My issue, I don't even know if you can call it an issue, but I just personally prefer faster paced / more melee focused combat. And it feels like hunger is just a little bit too slow paced for me. And I know there is melee combat in hunger and there are some good melee builds, but the guns later in hunger kind of shift away from, you know, like the slow reload rifles to very fast firing semi-auto rifles. So it's a very different feel gun-wise endgame. So for me personally, I just don't know if hunger is really for me gameplay-wise, just because my preference is more melee focused. That said, I don't think it's a bad game, so I might end up playing hunger again if they do another beta, or whenever that may be. I'm not going to say that I won't play it. I'm just not entirely sure when exactly, or I just don't know when or if I will do that. But that's my current thoughts on hunger. I don't dislike it. I'm not sure if it's really quite my cup of tea in terms of, you know, just general gameplay. Couldn't catch my latest streams. That's okay. My streaming's been very sporadic recently. I mean, really, until the end of this month, my streams are going to be extremely limited. I mean, I guess I'll do some streams of, like, Dad Season, but until the 29th, you know, that'll be when my streams will be, you know, like, hopefully every day. Oh, so new update. So in normals, it used to be blue gear across the board. Now Ruins is white, Goblin is green, Cross is blue, Maelstrom is purple. So if you want to play purple gear normals, you have to play Maelstrom, which is where the water map is, which is what I don't like. If you want to play normal, if you want to play blue like you used to be able to, you have to play Frost Mountain, which I do prefer both Ruins and, you know, Caves. So that's, like, kind of sucky as well. And then, like, white gear and greens is, like, basically nothing. I mean, the gear is so high in this game, like, the gear you find, you'll basically never have only white gear, or only green gear, I mean. So, yeah, I actually don't really like this change. I think this is kind of on the weaker side. I think having all blue was just better, but that's just, you know, that's just me, I guess. My opinion on the new DB projects. So realistically, DB2, whenever that may release, is probably not going to be for at least another year or two. There might be a beta test or some kind of play test you know, I don't know how long, but maybe 6 months or longer. I'm not gonna be holding my breath on it. You know, ultimately I don't expect anything from that project. If it's good, that's great, but I'm not gonna be disappointed by it because my expectations are very low, you know? So I'm just kind of waiting back and just waiting to see what the developers do with that game, you know? Oh yeah, so queues, since you asked. So PvE 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 4 maps. Solo, duo, trio. So 4, 7, 10, 13, 16, 19, 22, 25, 28, 29, 31. So every queue has 30, or every server has 31 queues. And if you look at the servers, there's 7 different servers. So what is 7 times 31? There are 217 queues in Dark and Darker. If we divide that by the player count, which is 3,600, so what is 3,600 or 3,700 divided by 217? Let me see. $3,700 divided by 217. There are approximately 17 players per queue worldwide. And this isn't like an exaggeration. This is like just the math on it. So based on every current server and every current way to play Dark and Darker, you have 17 people per queue if you spread it evenly across every different region. That is why your lobbies feel so empty, because there are 217 queues. It's not like rocket science here or anything. I mean, it's pretty obvious why having 200 queues is like crazy. That's why my lobbies are like kind of empty, because we just don't really have a lot of people for the end of the game. So not much I can really do about that. My math is flawed. I mean, is it flawed? I don't think it's flawed. I mean, even if they're not spread evenly, I don't think the math is that far off. I mean, let's say there's 4 times the player count in US East. That still only leaves 60 players a server. Like, that's still very low. I'm not sure if, I don't know if, like, heavily flawed is really how I would describe it. I feel like it's pretty accurate. I mean, would you argue that 217 queues is too many, or not, you know, not enough, or whatever? You know what I'm trying to say. Would you say that that's not too many queues? Because at least to me, I feel like that's pretty crazy. I feel like that is like an insane number. Well, I mean, with player counts this low and so few servers, or no, I'm sorry, with player counts so low and so few lobbies popping, streamers are basically guaranteed to get into the same lobbies of the same players. It's like, it's just going to happen. Tavern Talk is 9 p.m. EST, so we have about an hour and a half before it starts. You've been experimenting with Breakthrough and Adrenaline Rush. The pros and cons. Pros and cons to each. I prefer the straight movement speed with Sprint, personally. I'll just wait. We'll third party, I guess. I mean, at this point, though, there's so many different modes and maps. I'm not even sure which one would be considered more popular or not. Take off our clothes to catch them. I mean, I can't take off any more clothes. I'm already as light as I can be. That's unironically the correct way to play against Wizard. You don't want to have any clothes on when you fight them. You want to be completely naked. That's the meta. Because they're not going to be hitting you with physical weapons anyway. So all it does is slow you down. Pervert meta? Oh, your message got auto-modded. Yeah, that's funny though. But yeah, if I don't strip all my clothes off, I never catch them. There's absolutely no chance. Even with Sprint and Adrenaline Rush, I still couldn't catch them. So, yeah, you have to strip all your clothes off. It is a requirement. I know. We used Sprint, Adrenaline Rush, hit him with a Franny, and I still couldn't catch him. That was crazy. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah. I even have Swift on, too, to reduce that movement speed penalty. But yeah, it's not enough. Well, having MR doesn't actually matter in that case, because if you can't, like, you can have as much MR as you want as a fighter. Like, let's say I have 30% or something. If I can't catch them, like, it's like I'm just going to lose, you know? I mean, realistically, against Wizard, like, I feel like I'm supposed to close. I guess I could try to survival bow kill him, but on average, his spells would do more damage than my bow will do. I'm not sure if you can, like, quite build enough MR that I would not want to strip off my clothes. I guess in High Roller, you only have to strip off, like, your pants. You probably would leave, like, your Dark Plate on for the MR. But in Squire, yeah, you gotta take off everything. You don't want to have a single piece of clothing left. Yeah, honestly, I should have taken off my gauntlets, too. These have -1 movement speed. I should have if I took those off, you know, then maybe I got them a little sooner. Mistfall doesn't come out for 2 weeks, so until then, the only melee extraction is Dad. So, but you already know that. We're all probably aware of that at this point, I'd say. Yeah, my hype for Mistfall is very high. I hope, I'm telling you, man, if Mistfall dies, I'll be very sad. It would be tragic to lose another melee extraction game. Because every single one that's released has died. Dungeonborn lasted the longest, which is funny because it only lasted for a few months. Every melee extractor that releases just seems to be a either cash grab, or it's just so poorly mismanaged by devs or the company itself that it just dies. Whatever you want to call it, they all fail. So, yeah, Dad is still the only one that has been able to stand after all this time, which is crazy. because of how many other companies have like tried and failed. I know. No, it's true. PvP games in general are just so hard to thrive. I mean, look at Arc Raiders. Like, they launched with 500,000 players, and I think they've lost 90% of their player base. That's crazy. You know, that's a lot of players, right? And then think about every game that isn't Arc Raiders that doesn't have the luxury of having 500,000 players. And all of a sudden, you're like, well, shit, man. Like, let's say Mistfall launches with, let's call it 40,000 players. Just being generous here. You know, if Mistfall keeps track, most games just lose players after launch. That's just how it works, right? So if Mistfall doesn't have like a great launch, I'm scared that the game will end up dying. You know, it's a very real worry at this point. I don't think Arc Raiders was ever good. That might be a hot take for some people, but I honestly thought it was so boring. I never enjoyed that game. I spent 40 hours playing it, trying to like it so I could stream it, and I could not do it. I couldn't do it. It was so boring to me. I tried so hard, and I don't know. It just wasn't it, man. There was nothing I could do to make myself enjoy that game. It just is what it is. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter anymore since Arc Raiders is kind of dwindled off, but yeah, I could never get into it. I tried. The zombie one? Midnight Walkers? That game's dead, man. That game is probably going to announce end of service any day now. They've already downsized their entire team development. Mistfall, Midnight Walkers, I don't think it even gets updates anymore. And they've already, they've fired their community managers. They've downsized most of their devs. Like, it's basically dead at this point. Yeah, it's at a certain point, that game will be, you know, end of service. I just don't know when. But probably very soon. Which sucks, because I actually liked that game in early playtesting, but the game got worse and then it failed on launch. I think they released it too early. You know what, they even admitted it. They said they released their game too early to either meet some kind of quota or to make money in early access to, like, keep working on the game. But they released the game so early that the game just never had a chance because it wasn't ready. Midnight Walkers, to my knowledge, has not shut down yet, but it might as well be. Like, technically speaking, it's not shut down, but it might as well be. Here, I'll pull up the, I'll pull up the Steam charts. It's bad. Yeah, maybe this'll prove my point. Isn't this just sad? Like, this is such a good example of the state of melee extractor games. It feels like every time I, like, see a new melee extractor releasing, it ends up like this. 7 players. Like, what do you do? Like, the game is dead. How do you come back from this? Genuinely, like, asking. How do, like, their peak was bad. 2.6k launch is terrible for a PvP extractor. And then, like, from there, they just lost players. There has never been a point that they've gained a significant number of players. Every single time, they've lost overall. I guess right here, they went from 130 to 500 because there was an update. And I guess the free weekend, they gained like a little bit extra. But they've never like gone over their peak, you know? There's never been like a huge increase or influx, except for like very small increments. It's sad. How much was this game? That's a good question. I think it was 20 or 30 bucks. I think it was 25 or something. I'll check. Let's see. Walkers 54% mix sounds right. It's 20 bucks. The problem isn't the price. Yeah, the Midnight Walkers could be free, and I think people still wouldn't play it. That's not the problem. The problem is that Walkers just isn't a good game, and it's not finished. And it's so unfinished that people don't want to play it. That's the issue, you know? Like, I don't think this is a good example of... Because I know there's probably someone here that's thinking, oh, well, they should have just released free-to-play. But I don't think free-to-play is always the answer. Because Midnight Walkers releasing so early... Sure, if they released free-to-play, they probably would have had a higher peak. But I don't think the game would be alive today under free-to-play. Because I just don't think the game is good enough to warrant a player base staying, even under free. I don't think it is. So, yeah, unfortunately, this game is probably just another dead game in the sea of melee extractors, and I don't think it's ever coming back. It just is what it is. Marauders? I never played Marauders. Yeah, I've never played it, but I know it's dead too. This game's been dead for years. I'm shocked that the servers are even live to play it. But yeah, this game's been dead for a long time. But yeah, this stream isn't supposed to be like a shit talk Midnight Walker stream. Someone just mentioned it, so I figured I'd show it. But yeah, I don't know. It just is what it is. The game's probably gonna be closed down soon, so. I've never personally bought into the having your game paid removes hackers mentality. Hackers are in paid games too. Do you guys know that Sand game? Sand Raiders of Sophia or whatever it's called? That game is so full of hackers that it's kind of plummeting the player base. Like, look what hackers are doing to this game, which is a paid game. This is an extraction game that released somewhat recently. Has a peak of, you know, 41,000 players, which is pretty good. Like, look at the last couple days. Like, cheaters have overran this game to such a degree that they removed a vital game mechanic. I think it was like shipboarding or something. They removed a part, like a core function of the game because they couldn't get cheaters under control. And this is a paid game. It's 25 bucks. So I've never been of, you know, I've never really been a game should be free or not based on cheaters, because if your game is going to have cheaters, it's going to have cheaters. A price tag is not going to stop them from doing it. It's just not, you know? And this game is very solid proof. If you don't believe that, then just go look at Rust, you know, or Escape from Tarkov. Plenty of paid games are, you know, are filled with cheaters. It just is what it is. You know, making your game free or not, just, I don't think that part is really affected by it. Marauders wasn't melee? Oh, I never played it, so I wasn't sure. The game only made a few thousand at most too, because you remember at best it was like $2 the first day. You feel bad for the devs. Yeah. Free to play with no content, you die very fast before the first patch and people don't come back. Exactly. Yeah. I've seen it with other free to play games. Dungeonborn was free to play, wasn't it? I'm not tripping, right? Dungeonborn was absolutely free to play. Although that's not really a good example because Dungeonborn kind of died from other shit, so I guess that the whole free to play thing doesn't matter. But there's plenty of free to play titles that die off from bad or poor updates. I guess Dungeonborn's an example, but yeah, it just kind of is what it is. Am I excited for Season 10? You just played for a few hours for the first time in 2 years. I haven't played in almost a month, or maybe over a month. So I've been kind of just trying to, like, warm up and get ready for... Well, just kind of passing time waiting for the dev Q&A. I mean, I'm kind of excited for it. I am, like, Cleric and Wizard are my favorite classes in Dark and Darker, so I am curious what they look like. But, like, once the end of the month comes, I cannot imagine playing Dad over Mistfall, but I guess Mistfall could always flop, so you never know. Or maybe Dark and Darker's update is actually really good, you know, so I guess things can change. We'll just gonna have to, like, play it by ear, you know, wait and see. But as of right now, my plan is to play, like, the first, like, week or so of Wipe for Dad, and then when Mistfall comes, we'll swap over there, and then we'll kind of gauge, like, where we're at, you know. Q&A is going to be about an hour from now until the stream starts. Well, hour and 20 minutes, but yeah. I'm sure it'll start a little bit early. I've never really been a Rust guy personally. Not really. I have like maybe... How many hours do I have on Rust? Probably like 20 hours on PC, and then I have maybe like 100 on console. Yeah, I was one of the suckers that played console Rust. That shit sucked ass. But yeah, it's okay. I think I used to be way more into Rust than I am now. Like, I used to be very active in, like, watching Rust content. I don't really do that stuff anymore. Just kind of moved on, you know? Again, my preference has kind of changed into melee-focused gameplay. I think that's probably part of why. Like, I don't really like or care about Rust as much. Naquan was fun. Naquan was fun, but I haven't seen anything on that game in so long that I'm kind of, like, forgetting about it at this point. Like, I don't know, they're being very, very, like, stingy on releasing any real info for another playtest, so... kind of hard to really care about a game that... I don't know when it's ever releasing. So I don't know about that. Hunger is okay, it's just a little bit too gun-focused for me. A little bit too slow pace as well. So, like, I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's good. Just might not be my playstyle, personally. You thought they plan to do a lot of playtests? I mean, not that I haven't seen a single date for another playtest. So until I have some concrete dates, it's just kind of hard for me to care. That is true. Naquan's PvP was terrible. The only thing that was good about that game was the PvE. That is 100% true. Yeah, the PvP almost felt like mobile game, like, spam levels of, like, action. It really was not good. No, the Q&A is at 9 p.m. EST, unless I'm mistaken. It should be in an hour from now. As far as I'm aware, it should be that. What was that? Where are the fireballs going? Iron Mace? Why are they flying across the map? I've never seen that before. Oh, okay. That's funny. And it happened twice. It's a consistent bug. That wasn't even a one-off. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, I've been seeing people here. I imagine there's more people in Ruined Normals than there are in, like, Water Map Purple. I have to imagine that that's probably the case. But although I really don't know where everybody is. For all I know, maybe people are in Goblin Caves more. I don't really know. I mean, I could go to Goblin Caves and just go on my Squire gear. I don't feel like building a green kit, so I would just go Squire. Oh, Legacy, yeah, Legacy's dead. They took the game down. Yeah, I think there's probably more people in Squire Royale than any other mode, but it's trios, so I'm not really like a huge fan. I definitely prefer, like, I guess I could just play Squire Royale. I mean, it's not bad, I guess. It's fine. Like, I had fun when I played it last. I just prefer solos. But yeah, I mean, it's not that I hate. I like Squire Royale. I think it's actually a good mode for this game. Not surprised that it's the most popular mode by any means. Legacy has not been running good for over a year. Yeah, that game has been... Honestly, that game's been kind of dead for a while, man. Even before it closed down, it's been, like, really bad. Basically, Legacy was a playground for, like, 50 sweats, and they're the only ones that ever played the game. The game was completely dead for, like, all retail / like, casual players. The game was literally just nothing but a few dedicated sweats that only played Legacy, and that was it. And you can't... The game is not going to survive like that. It's just not going to happen. Well, it's kind of hard to say what the new Wizards Wells are going to be like until we see more in action. I'm hoping that the dev Q&A today will have more info on it. Wipe is not for another day and a half. The Q&A is about an hour from now. I really wish Iron Mace would just do their own Q&As. I feel like the last Q&A, like, it might not have been the absolute best, but I really prefer when Iron Mace does their own Q&As. Considering they have community managers and everything to, like, facilitate that stuff. Definitely prefer when that's the case. Yeah, we'll be live reacting to the Q&A from Iron Mace's Twitch when they're live. Yeah, I'm hoping that the wipe ends up being fun. I definitely hope so. Hoping that all the new wizard stuff is, you know, enjoyable and all that stuff. Not broken, perhaps. We'll see, though. What was funny, there was a lot of people that said that Squire Royale was a stupid mode to add because Dark and Darker is not supposed to be a battle royale. And then Squire Royale ended up being the most popular mode out of every other mode, like, in the game, by far. I think part of it is that gearing up in this game is so annoying. Like, gearing up from start to finish is so, like, boring. I really feel like that's a big part of it. that was the weirdest ranger play I've ever seen. We were like in melee distance and he just chose to use his bow. I don't know. That was weird. That was a really strange play. Wow. That's kind of OP. I guess we're going down to crypts. Might as well make use of that. I know, he really wanted to use that jump shot bow, man. Yeah, he did. Oh, but anyway, before that ranger distracted me. The thing is, I don't think that the gearing up, like I don't think using gear is what people dislike in Dark and Darker. I really do feel like it's the time that it takes to rebuild a kit. I think that's the problem. Like, does anyone else, like, feel what I'm saying here? Like, does anyone else, like, you die and you're like, okay, I have to make a new kit for HR, and you just, like, you just don't want to do it. Like, you don't want to sit there in the auction house and, like, remake a kit piece by piece, you know? Like, it's just boring. I don't know how else to put it. It just isn't fun, you know? I don't like sitting and staring at a screen, like, in order to play the game, you know? That's why I like Mistfall's system so much, because it let you auto-equip full, like, gear sets, as long as you had the money to do it. So it kind of feels like a Squire, kit, but it's a geared Squire kit, so you don't have to, like, worry about, you know, spending 20 minutes to remake every kit, you know? Yeah, Dark and Darker it feels very, like, dated in terms of, like, how long it takes to build stuff, and I think that's why Squire Royale is so popular, because people are like me and they don't feel like building kits. I mean, yeah, if you die early, you will spend more time in auction staring at a screen, like a text screen, than you will playing the game. You're not wrong at all. You're absolutely right. Yeah, and High Roller is just so sweaty that you really do have to build, like, such a specific kit, and even though, like, the gem sockets make it easier, it still takes a long time, so, you know. This is what it is. Does Escape from Tarkov have a similar problem? I didn't know that. I've never actually played that game before, so I'm not too familiar. Yeah, if Dark and Darker had a system that was like Mistfalls, where you could build a preset of rarity gear, I don't know how that would work in Dad, because all the gear stats are kind of like such a big range. But if there was somehow a way to incorporate that system to Dad, I feel like HR would be way more fun to play. Like, if I could just use my gold to instantly buy a full kit ready to go for High Roller, it would just be way more fun, you know? Maybe people should be able to sell full gear sets in Auction House. Like, if I build a full kit, I should be able to just sell the full kit, you know? Because that's another thing, like, selling off the gear can take a while, too. At least then, if I kill someone in HR, like, say I kill, like, a Ranger or something, and I don't play Ranger, I could just sell the full Ranger kit straight off the Auction House. Like, something like that would be nice. I feel like there's many good options that we could do, but we just haven't really done any of them yet. Tied to Merchant? Well, no. I mean, it depends on how you do it. Because if we're talking buying stuff from Auction House, then no, it wouldn't have anything to do with Merchant Affinity. Because in Mistfall, when you buy stuff, it's not merchant-based. You buy it straight from the market. I'm just gonna... Can't hit a single shot, apparently. I mean, once Mistfall comes out, my time playing Dark and Darker will be done, but right now, Mistfall's not out yet, so... I mean, it should be pretty obvious, like, why I'm playing Dub. If Mistfall was out right now, I would not be playing Dub. But I'm still waiting for Mistfall, so... But yeah, once Mistfall's out, like, my want to play Dab will be very, very diminished. But right now, I can't play Mistfall, so I don't have a choice. Honestly, if you watch my content regularly, I'm shocked that you don't know that. I mean, have you not noticed I haven't streamed in, like, basically a month? Like, there's a reason for that, man. Wow, he's gonna die to mobs, apparently. Die to the... Bro, I'm gonna die to this... I'm getting lasered by these guys. Oh. I guess I'm dead. The skeletons are, like, not missing a single shot. They're actually, like, dead eye aiming. I don't think Apoggia is ever releasing. I feel like that game is actually, like, in development hell, I swear. I feel like that game should have been out so long ago. And we're still waiting for it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've been waiting for so freaking long and it's still whatever. Yeah, for all I know, Mistfall might release and fail, but at the very least, I want the option to play where I want to play. So, you know, until the game actually releases in full, you know, I'm not really, not like I really have any other options to play or like any other games to play. So. No, a delayed game can be doomed as well. What the hell was that? I don't even know what hit me. It, like, knocked me back. What the hell was that? I have no idea what hit me, but it, like, bounced me. a third party, huh? Bro, I jumped 18 times. Oh my god. I jumped so many times and it just didn't work. That's actually so obnoxious. Oh, hand cannon? I forgot that weapon existed. Yeah, that must be it. I didn't even know the hand cannon could knock you back. I don't ever see it. I mean, I feel really rusty, man. I haven't played this game in a month. So, I mean, I feel insanely rusty right now. Like, I definitely don't think I'm playing, like, peak by any means. I mean, we're winning our fights, though, so I guess I must be playing at least somewhat decent. I mean, regardless if I'm clearing a lobby or not, I still feel very rusty. I still haven't played in over a month, so that isn't any different. I don't miss? Bro, I missed so many shots. What? I missed so many shots in that game. Did you not watch me miss like 20 shots in a row? Bro, I was getting clowned on for a little bit. Did you miss that? Yeah, I was getting hit like I was missing like crazy for a little bit there. I think every single wipe in the last year has had SSF for wipe, so I would assume, yeah. Probably 2 weeks. I would assume 2 weeks, same as usual. Honestly, I'd be kind of surprised if we didn't. Yeah, also clearing whole lobby, I only killed 2 people, so it's not like it's not like I killed like 8 people or something stupid, right? I mean, I might have a wizard kit. Here. Let me see if I have a wizard kit ready. I'm not building a kit. I'm not doing it. I'm not sitting here for 15 minutes to build a kit like ready for HR. I have no interest. I might have a kit that I never used though. Yeah, this kit's fine. It's not like great, but it's good enough. All right, yeah, we'll run this kit. It's fine. We'll probably lose it on our first game though, just so you know. I'd be surprised if we didn't lose it on our first game. Well, I already have a kit, so there's not really much reason to take yours. You know what's another thing? Dark and Darker's high roller mobs are really obnoxious, and they get in the way of fights all the time. The mobs don't feel like that in Mistfall. It feels like the mobs are more like they're not completely passively, but it doesn't feel like they ever like grief my fights like they do in Dad. Like in Dad, like sometimes mobs just will never de-aggro me, and it like really screws up fights. Or people will like aggro the whole dungeon and then go invis, and it's just there's a lot of like weird cheesy stuff you can do. Not to mention some of the mobs can literally hit you for half your health or more. It feels like Mistfall doesn't really have that like same level of like mob, whatever you want to call it. Like when I have a fight in Mistfall, like it's an actual PvP fight. It's not a fight based on like who gets unlucky in a mob. Like you know, it's not who happens to have mob aggro on you at the time you're fighting. You know, it just that I do like that about that. Yeah, there is a code specifically in Mistfall that mobs will leave you alone more often if you're actively engaged in a PvP fight. So it's on purpose. Like, if me and another person are fighting in Mistfall, the mobs that are around us will be less likely to aggro you. Like, just period. Yeah, that is a conscious decision that the devs have made. That was, like, completely on purpose. Honestly, when they first announced that they were going to reduce the nightmare density on High Roller, I was excited that High Roller would finally feel more PvP focused, and it wouldn't just be, like, you know, the random mob griefing. But unfortunately, I really don't think that update did much about it. I think the HR pretty much still feels the same way that it always has. I think what it is at this point, I've just played so much. I have so much time in melee extraction games that I feel like I view them more for the PvP than anything else. Like, I don't really care about the PvE as much. So I think that's probably a big, like, reason for why I feel that way. I mean, think about, like, every video that I've made on Dark and Darker. They're all PvP videos. I don't make PvE content. I just don't do it. PvP is just what I spend my time doing. Still 2 people in here. I see Goblin Caves is as third-party heavy as it always has been, huh? I guess I'm not too surprised on that. You know, I know some people have expressed that they don't like it very much. I think Mistfall's horn system is very nice for third parties. Like, being in a fight and then being able to instantly heal yourself after a PvP kill, I think is really nice. Like, you know that Barbarian perk that gives you health when you kill someone? I think that perk should just be across the board for solo play. Yeah, getting health back versus just getting killed because you got unlucky and someone ran into you, I think is way more fun. Well, I don't really boss in Dad. Too much like third partying and stuff like that for me. Was that body there a second ago? Oh, that's just an artifact. I guess I'm dead. Okay. Well, that's why I like normals more than high roller. Where was the counterplay here? I mean, okay. I'm gonna go back to normals now. Yeah, I don't know how people think that fight, like, engagement stuff is more fun than watching normals, but I'm just gonna play where it's actually fun. I don't know how people think that's fun. I can't fight. I can't do that, man. Just some guy sitting in a corner with a Katisse, like, yeah, okay. Like, there you go. Like, what am I supposed to do? In normals, the fight would actually be, like, skill-based, whereas that was not. There was no skill involved for that fight at all. So. No, I'm good, man. I'd rather just play normals. I don't want to play high roller. I'm good. Yeah, that's one thing that Mistfall Hunter suffers from, is not giving horns back when you kill someone in solos. That's a very big mistake on their part. Even just one horn would be enough. I mean, yeah, I don't see why you would want me to even bother running your kit in high roller. Like, I don't see how that is fun or engaging combat. Every fight I had in high roller was more, or every fight in normals was more fun than that fight. Like, I just don't get it, man. I'm not interested. This late into wipe, staying out of high roller is just better. Artifact gameplay just is not balanced. Every fight is over in 2 to 3 hits, and if you happen to get caught off guard from a spot where someone's like sitting in a corner like that, you just die for free. There's no like skill involved. It's not even fun. At least all the fights here are 100% skill based. Like, if I die or I kill someone here, you know it's skill and not gear, which is nice. Mistfall doesn't have an answer for cost yet. There is no answer I can give you. Check back on July 17th. That's when the price is supposed to be released. Yeah, until then, we're not really sure. I mean, I can tell you what I think Mistfall might do. I think Mistfall is going to be 20 bucks, maybe 25 at most. And then they're going to have a deluxe edition with some cosmetics that'll probably be like $10 higher. I think it's going to be $20, $30. 20 baseline and then 30 with cosmetics. seems like pretty accurate to me. I gotta take off my clothes for this. Even without my clothes, I take too much damage. I tried. Alright, I mean, I'm sorry, not damage. I don't have enough movement speed without my clothes on. Oh, am I just dead? Wait. Oh my god, he died. Oh my god, we're alive? We're alive? Oh god, he burped. He's close. My gauntlets are too much movement speed penalty as well. Yeah. Yeah, even with no clothes, even with like no clothes on, I still can't gap close a sorcerer as a fighter. Yeah, against sorcerer, fighter's always been kind of a shitty matchup. Being an Iron Wolf fighter would be way better there. Or I'm sorry, Iron Wolf Barb, I mean. Yeah, I'm telling you, once the wipe comes, I don't think fighter's gonna be playable in solos. I think Wizard's going to shit on every fighter in the game. I cannot imagine any fighter being able to fight, fly, sleep, Wizard. I can't imagine. Q&A is planned for 9 p.m., so we got about 45 minutes. Fighter's not getting anything. This entire update isn't about Fighter. I'm telling you, in current iteration Fighter, you are gonna have no chance against a Wizard that's flying around, putting you to sleep. And solos, at least. It is gonna be really bad. Like, if you want to play a melee clash, you're gonna have to play Barb, I think. I mean, realistically, how are you gonna fight, you know? How are you gonna be able to fight off a Wizard that's flying in the air as a fighter? I just don't see how you can do it. It's already a bad matchup for you in current game. Like, Plate Fighter's really bad against Wizard. Yeah, I promise you, when next wipe comes, I will not... 100% I will not be playing Fighter. Yeah, but I think every perk, skill, and spell is all for Cleric and Wizard. I don't think any other class are getting anything. Do you really think Fighter's gonna get an anti-Wizard kit? Like an anti-Wizard, like, skill or something? Because I've been playing this game for a long time, and if Wizard is meta, you are not gonna be playing Fighter. Unless you hate your life. There's no reason to. You would just play... If you want to play melee, you're going to want to play Barb. Because Iron Will stop the knockbacks and, like, the, you know, the damage coming in. You would never want to be playing Fighter in a Magic meta. Which is what it's... I mean, it's going to be Clerics and Wizards. Like, it's going to be everyone's gonna counter you. You don't want to be playing fighter when that pops. I won't be playing fighter, that's for sure. You will not you won't catch me dead on this class. Yeah, I'll be playing well, I mean, I'll probably be playing the new classes, but if I was gonna play a melee class, I would choose Barb, not fighter. Oh my god. You know what? Spell reflection may be actually useful. Spell reflect the sleep and then kill the wizard. That could work. It might be kind of niche, but it could work. But yeah, I mean, imagine a meta where clerics and wizards are running around everywhere. Like, fighter is countered by those classes. You don't want to be playing fighter, man. You know what? That's fair. That's the... Well... Yeah, but again, you would want to play Barb, not fighter. If everybody's playing magic classes, why would you choose fighter over Barb? Barb gets access to Iron Will, which is arguably the strongest perk in the game, because it stops knockback. And it also gives you, like, 20 or 30% magic resistance. So yeah, why wouldn't you just use that? Like, why would you play fighter over that? I don't really know. You are right, self-found Barb is usually stronger than, like, Wizard. But, again, if I want to play a melee class, I would choose Barb, personally. I wouldn't play fighter. Yeah, next season, Wizard's going to be able to fly. They're going to be able to literally go into the air and, like, hover there. So, it's hard for me to imagine, like, Fighter is going to be super great against that. But Barbarian has Grapple and Iron Will, so I feel like they're going to be really good against the casters. Although, you know what's funny? If there is one exception to what I'm saying. If there are so many Barbs with magic resistance setups, Fighter could actually be good to kill the other Barbarians. That's the exception here. Because if everybody's playing Barb to kill the wizards, then you play fighter because now the Barb has anti-magic stuff and it doesn't affect you. So now you actually you're actually like anti-metaing there or whatever you want to call it, right? So I guess fighter could become used if barbarians are everywhere. I guess, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's like the rabbit hole. Everybody's playing wizard, but because of that, barbarian is like really, really strong because it, you know, kills wizards for free. But then, because the wizards are being bullied by barbs, you just play fighter and then bully the barbs instead. It sounds perfect. All right, well maybe fighter actually good, huh? Maybe I'm convincing myself here. I've done that before. Counter the counter. There's been metas where I like very clearly am countering other stuff that people are I'm countering something that's kind of like the, you know, the go-to that everyone's trying to fight against. Yeah, I was gonna say, but then you kill the barbs and then the wizards come and clean you up for free. Yeah. I played a lot of wizard in my days, and whenever I see a fighter, I'm very happy because it's basically a free kill. I mean, wizard is so good against fighter. Oh, you know what? That's true. Warlock's gonna be disgusting. Because Warlock has anti-magic, which is even stronger than Iron Will. Yeah, honestly, why would you play Barb when you could play Warlock? I should win this, right? I thought I was too far away for the judgment to pop. He hit that? That was pretty far. I must have been, like, maximum range. He was one shot, right? Yeah. Yeah, so, like, imagine having to fight a cleric. Like, yeah, like, cleric dumpsters fighter, too. He has such a big advantage on me in that fight, it's insane. Because I have, like, no magic resistance. Dude, honestly, you know what we should play? Based on the fights that I'm seeing? I feel like Cleric's actually probably the right call. Because if I'm Smite DP Cleric, I beat that guy. Smite DP Cleric beats Judgment Smite. It won't matter. Actually, the Q&A is going to be in, like, half hour, so really whatever class we play doesn't really matter that much. We just run around on Barb. We're seeing quite a bit of casters, so it could work out. Oh, I have to build a Squire kit, though. I don't know if I feel like doing that. Yeah, I don't feel like... I'm not going to bother building a Squire kit for one game. I'll just keep playing Fighter. Yeah, I have no interest in rebuilding the kit. Yeah. Well, no, realistically, if lobbies are filled with nothing but wizards and clerics, there is no reason at all to be playing Fighter. Because Fighter just gets dominated by magic. You don't have any, you have no teammates in solos to, like, help you. So, like, you were just going to die. Like, if you want to choose, like, an anti-class for next season to basically fight against the clerics and wizards, I really feel like Warlock... Well, wait, Warlock will be bad against Cleric, though. It depends on which one is better. If it's Wizards, then Warlock, like, completely dumpsters them. I'm not even sure if a Warlock can die to a Wizard that is, like, even here. Unless the Wizard... I mean, the Wizard has to basically kill the Warlock twice. Because they'll usually have, like, 50 to 60% magic resistance. You have to really outplay a Warlock to die. And if they have Torture Mastery, I don't think they can die. I think it's actually impossible. Unless I don't even know what would have to happen, but something ridiculous. Well, Warlock gets more MR than Barbarian does. Because of how the gear scaling works. Anti-magic is by far the strongest, like, magic resistance perk. It just doesn't stop the knockback, which is the downside. GG, I was the morning star. GG, man. GG, GG. Yeah, we'll swap over to the dev Q&A as soon as they're live. This will probably be the last game that we play. Is that a horseman axe? I'm not sure what weapon that was. It was so dark. It's so funny, the cycle. Fighter beats Barb. Barb beats Caster. You know? Oh, man. It's gonna be hard to decide what class to play when white comes. Well, I think I don't know how that chicken is aggroed. Well, I think I just have to play, like, Cleric or Wizard, because I want to see the new content. So, I mean, really, it won't really matter, but... Once, like, the new content is settled, I'm not sure what class I'll end up leaning towards. Although, there's so many casters in my games right now that I think Barb is actually a better call. Yeah, like, I mean, there are just casters everywhere. I mean, I'm dead anyway. I just want to kill the sword. Yeah, I mean, I was already dead. I got caught between them, so I'm never fast enough to kill that warlock. Yeah, there's so many casters. I actually have to play Barb because this build can't beat casters. I don't have enough movement speed. Really don't want to. I don't want to rebuild a kit for one normals game. But if we're gonna encounter casters this frequently, we have to play Barb. There's no way I can sit here and play like PDR fighter against this. That's not gonna work. All right, I need to be as fast as possible in whites. Light Akitem might even be too slow. No, that's probably fine. Yeah, I would play Cleric, but fighting Sorcerer as a Cleric is miserable. And I don't want to do that. Just because of the knockback. So I think this is probably the play. I can't believe how many casters there are. Now, White Gear... Magic Resistance armor doesn't have enough stats, I think, to use. I don't think we can do that. But we gotta go for just stats. 293? That's too slow, man. That is not fast enough. We have to be as close to 300 as possible. Unity 8. It's probably fast enough. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, anything slower than this would be too slow, and we would just get kited. We have to have the movement speed. I might do a hatchet build. I haven't done hatchet in a while. Might have to use crush. I don't think I can use crush though. Yeah, I don't think I can. Probably not. I don't think I can drop any of these 4 perks. Crush would be really good for door meta though. But it's fine. I haven't done Hatchet Barb in a while. Yeah, if you want to just run casters down, this is such a good choice to do it. Hatchet Barb's surprisingly good against like Sorks and Wizards and Warlocks. Very, very, very good. We had -5 action speed? Is that true? Did we? I didn't realize it was that low. I should have made it higher. I was focusing on the movement speed. We want to be like probably 0 if we're in Squire, if possible. I'll double check. I didn't know it was that low. Yeah, I just know you have to be fast enough to catch these other classes. If you're not almost 300, you'll get range kited by, like, basically everybody. I'm not sure what we could change to grab... I don't know what we could change to get the action speed. Oh, I think we have the minus action speed skin. That's probably why. We should take off that skin. Yeah, this skin makes you lose action speed. That's 100% why. Yeah, that's fine. I can fix it real quick. Not like we lose gear or anything. Yeah, this is more of a high roller kit, not a squire kit. So we'll grab... I wish I had a dexterity skin, but I don't have that one unlocked. I don't think I have anything that gives dexterity. Wait, you know what? Where's it at? Isn't there a dex croc skin, or am I tripping? I might not have it unlocked. There's a skin, a croc one that gives you that. Yeah, I forgot in Squire, you actually don't even want a helmet. You want to use the races, they're better. Yeah, so we need a couple points of dex. Yeah, so without the helmet, we're fast enough that I can probably grab like adventure boots and stuff. So I'll drop the Lightfoot boots and I'll grab adventure boots. I would use cloth pants if I had it available, but I don't have. I can't do it because they're only gray. That's like not even worth it. What's this at minus 1% action speed? It's a little bit better. We need 2 agility as well. Is there anything that Barb has access to that gives agility? Oh, I could just grab an agility. Well, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I wish I had white trousers or cloth pants. That would make my build a lot better, a lot easier. I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, I don't have any good pieces I can wear. Do I just run the gray? I think I just have to run the gray piece. And all of these are too slow. Yeah, I can't take that much speed loss. I'm missing 1 agility, 1 dex, but I think that's fine. I don't think I can make that 15. No, I don't do quests. For the most part, I avoid them. Well, it's not gonna matter. I'm not playing any more Dad. After this Q&A, I'm not gonna be playing anymore until the season restart, so there's no reason for me to bother. It's a waste of time. Yeah, like as soon as they go live, I'm swapping to the Q&A and I'm turning off Dad. I'm literally just doing this to like pass the time. I just didn't realize there'd be so many casters in solo. Like I wasn't actually planning to play Barb, but Barb is like the clearly best choice with how many casters we're seeing. Oh, I can't. I don't have Crush. Too long. Yeah, the lore. Yeah, Dev Q&A is in 20 minutes. Don't wait until. You know what? If I had Crush, though, I wouldn't have to kill mobs. Like, I could just ignore all of them. That would be kind of nice. Maybe I gotta drop set. Maybe I gotta drop Berserker, man. Berserker or Axspec, one or the other. The convenience is too high. Well, he's not killable until he moves out of that spot. Maybe I gotta run grapple hook instead of rage. Have we full meta swapped into just you have to use grapple hook to basically stop people from sitting in like weird spots like that? I might actually have to use grapple. Grapple and crush. Because if I have grapple, I can basically stop him from camping in that spot. I mean, in theory, Rage does the same thing as grapple does, but it doesn't have a downside. It doesn't make you lose PDR and doesn't even give you vigor anymore. So, is Rage even worth it? Maybe not. Maybe it's just a waste. Let's use grapple. It is nice moving it like max movement speed. 300 is like a very solid speed to be moving at for Squire. I mean, in theory, no one should be able to kite us forever. Well, I don't think anyone's going to be playing melee next season, at least for the first, like, week or two. Unless you count Cleric as melee. Like, the true melee classes, like Fighter, I don't think are going to be played very much. Because Wizard's going to be really, really strong. At least I would assume so, unless they flub and the Wizard spells are bad, but I doubt it. I'm sure they're going to be really good. I don't know where those guys ever went. I wonder if Hatchet even does enough damage to... Like, even if I close the gap on melee, I might just lose. I'm not sure if the Hatchet is strong enough to beat, like, any player that is actually, like, actively attacking you. Like, it's funny, I have the gap closed, but I'm not sure if it'll matter. This guy doesn't have a weapon. Oh my god, the hatchet is bad. Okay, well. Alright, never mind. I forgot how bad this weapon was. This is not the play. Yeah, imagine if we were fighting any class that actually has like a way to fight back, you would just die for free. This is really bad. Yeah. Alright, well, we'll go back to the drawing board for this one. That took like, it was like 9 hits. He disarmed himself. It's okay, we can just play the door meta because we have movement speed. We can't melee anybody. We're playing like Barb that can't melee, but we can run forever. Yeah, but Hatchet's always gonna get arm and handle hits. That's what this weapon excels at. Yeah, the Hatchet just isn't... They over-nerfed this thing a long time ago. No one uses it anymore for a reason. I'm not even sure. What is Barb's, like, best melee weapon right now. Not sure. He's gonna shut the door. This is where Crush should be useful. Yeah, the door meta. Without Crush... Yeah, without Crush, we just can't ever catch him. His door is too strong. We have to hope he hits a dead end. Yeah, we're like max speed too, by the way. Yeah, there's no other clothes I can take off. Yeah, we'll be running for a while. Alright, I guess, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, without Crush, we can't physically catch any classes. Yeah, Barb is required to use Crush in solos, or people will shut doors and they'll, like, get away. Yeah, that hatchet is so garbage. Yeah, that is, like, actively terrible. I think I hit that guy, like, 8 or 9 times, and he was still 40% health. Even with second wins, gaining him maybe 20%, that is really bad. I don't know why you'd ever use hatchet. That is so terrible. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I miss when hatchet used to be, like, better. Is there a... I mean, I wonder, like, what Barb build is better for melee, but also for chasing? Because if you run Northern Full Tunic, you're too slow to catch anybody. Because the base speed cost is 10, right? Like, you need Northern Tunic to fight melee, but if you have it, you're too slow. So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't, pretty much. Yeah, this is kind of why I stopped playing, like, super lightweight chasing Barb. And like, this is the exact reason. You're basically terrible at melee, but you're a Barb, and you only have melee. So it just feels terrible both ways. Yeah, I kind of forgot, like, why I stopped playing this build, and this is why. Like, there's no real salvaging a build like this. Yeah, I imagine you'd have to run either Hook or Achilles Strike. There's probably a Barbarian build that I'm not thinking of that would be good. I'm just not sure exactly which one that'll be. I wonder if Iron Mace is live yet. They should be live pretty soon. No, you can't use Short Sword. Going up there. I'm going up the Discord real quick. Not sure if they're live yet. They should. I mean, they should be soon. Well, we don't have... They're going to be live any minute, so I'm not going to play any more games, so I'll go ahead and get out of here. Yep, so we'll just chill here for a second. Just wait for them to go live. Did the screen go black? It shouldn't be. OBS acting up, I guess. Alright, let me turn on my desktop audio too. I mean, even the Brigadine is too slow. I feel like if any of your clothes have, like, more than 5 speed loss, you're already, like... You're just going way too slow. Unless you're in high gear. Like, low gear Barb, I don't know if you can afford -10 movement speed or, like, -7 or 8. That's so much speed. You know, and like the dab meta hasn't changed. Like it's still run away and close doors. So I'm not sure how you're supposed to realistically catch these players that are running if you're not if you don't have enough speed. I guess if you have crush, they can't get away from you. So maybe you just accept that you have to chase them forever. But like if they're like 1% faster than you are, you will never technically catch them over a long distance, which is like how it'll usually go. I don't know. Maybe Slayer Fighter would be better. Because Slayer Fighter is it's really good at catching casters. Because you don't have to worry about like the heavy like the heavy armor. And then you have the extra damage from your main weapon. That might just be stronger, honestly. The last time they did one of these, they did their own interview. The problem with felling is I feel like it's so easy to miss. It feels like it's too high risk. I feel like Barb just has better weapon choices, unless felling has become meta. Like while I've been gone, because I've been gone for about a month. So I guess it depends on if anything's changed there. Oh, I think, yeah, that celebrity was a special guest, though. I don't think he was conducting the interview itself. I think he was just joining them. So I don't know if that's quite the same. I think the last time, technically, Iron Mace hosted it. But that guy was just part of it. I don't think he ran it or anything. He might have streamed it on his Twitch, but I don't think he was conducting the interview by any means, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, so maybe Barbarian, maybe I'm just not realizing how good the grapple hook is. Maybe Rage is just like last update, you know? Maybe Rage just isn't good anymore. Maybe because like you need Savage Roar. I don't think you can ever not run it because it's Barb's like best melee stat check skill. So maybe you run Savage Roar plus Grapple, and then you just rely on that to close the gap for you. And then if you have slow movement speed, it's fine because you have the grapple hook. So maybe that's the call. Yeah, it's one of those things that I'd have to try out for myself and, kind of figure out what works. I mean, the fighter was going well up until the point where everybody started playing casters. I saw no casters for like an hour and a half. And then every person I found was like a warlock, a sork, or a wizard. So it was just kind of unlucky that we started running into our counters. Well, Grayson is gone, so I'm not sure who would replace him. Hard to say. Yeah, I imagine, well, Barbarian's usually so strong for SSF. I guess you could just run Grapple, Savage Roar, like good PD, maybe like 40 PDR, like 30 MDR. Something like that would probably be good. Because when people don't have access to the marketplace, it is so much harder for them to do anything. Like I have to imagine that that would be very strong. I'll be back in one moment, by the way, before this starts. BOC lock should be good. You know, that's actually pretty valid. I think Warlock, unless they've gotten any significant nerfs I'm not aware of, I think Warlock is still one of the strongest classes in the game. If not, like, I think they're like top 3. Because what don't they counter? Anti-magic makes you good against Sorcerer, Wizard, and other Warlocks, so you don't have to worry about the mirror matchup. So your matchups are completely covered there. Like, it's not, and it's a big difference too. Like, anti-magic completely just dominates Wizards and Sorks. And then BOC Warlock is also good against Fighter because they have PDR, not MDR. So you kind of just beat them. You're bad against Barbs. I genuinely don't know what other matchup you have a hard time against. I guess Ranger. That's probably it. Maybe like a Landmine Rogue that happens to like catch you off guard, I guess. But even Landmine Rogue, I imagine, like if you get a BOC hit off, they'll just fumble. Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. BOC Warlock probably has the least amount of counter play compared to, like, it doesn't have that many counter matchups, which makes it really good. If anything, it gives you the counter matchups where you are just overwhelmingly strong against a lot of other classes, and it makes it feel like they don't have a chance. Although, you know, I didn't think about Cleric. Cleric can be pretty oppressive against Warlock. If it's like a speed Cleric with Smite, that can be kind of hard. But generally speaking, yeah, I think Warlock would be a good choice. Because if everybody's playing Wizard, and you just run anti-magic Warlock, you'll probably beat almost every Wizard in the game. It's very hard to imagine Wizards ever outbeating anti-magic Warlock in like any amount of gear. Also, Warlock is less gear dependent than Wizard is. So Warlock will be able to play during SSF, whereas Wizard is going to have a bigger problem with it. So there's a lot of little edges that Warlock would get for sure. Although all this said, there might be something that I'm missing. Like one of the new things that we get might be enough to kind of influence that. You know, maybe Wizard gets something new that I'm not thinking of or I'm not aware of that makes the matchup better. We'll have to wait and see. Well, they'll never make market available day one. Iron Mace seems pretty set on making it 2 weeks of self-found, so I doubt that ever happens. I'd be surprised. I mean, it's possible, I guess, but I really doubt it. Well, they should be live. I mean, it's already 8:59. They're supposed to be live by 9. I'm kind of surprised they're not live yet. Oh my god, I hope they're not late. Hopefully not. That would be sad. They're on OnePeg stream. This is the stream they linked. Did Iron Mace goof up? Alright, I guess Iron Mace just goofed up then. This is the stream they linked. I'm not crazy. I know they did. Yeah, Iron Mace did something weird. Yeah, look, I mean, they literally linked their own Twitch. I'm not crazy. Yeah, what the hell are they doing?
Right after, yeah.
If it doesn't, just send me the file in Discord, and then I can just play it on my side.
The thing is, I cannot send you the file because it's too big, and I don't have Discord Nitro yet. God damn it!
All right, that's fine. That's fine. It's
Something we
fine.
gotta fix in the future.
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna press. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna do this first.
Yeah, that's all right.
And
Yeah,
let
whatever
me
you want to do,
start
man.
it. Okay.
All
3.
good.
You can hear me still, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Go. It's gonna be coming soon. Scene first, and in 2 minutes we're gonna start live. I
Okay.
mean the trailer first.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever you want to do,
Okay.
man.
Yeah.
We've
One,
seen it.
two,
We've
three.
seen the live trailer already. So
Yeah.
Yeah. So see, coming soon scene, trailer, and we're gonna talk.
okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Start.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. It doesn't really
Okay,
matter.
so,
I'm just surprised because they linked
um,
their own Discord too.
We're definitely not going to be able to see
It
anything.
doesn't matter.
It's just the trailer that they ran before. We're not going to be able to see a damn thing. So they're gonna be hanging out for like 2 minutes, and we're just gonna wait. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see
They just went live on the Iron Mace channel.
on
They're
these,
going
to
to
be honest
co-stream
with you.
it. So what I could do, hold on. What is it? Iron Mace __. I can pull it up. Oh yeah, they have a coming soon scene. It's this. There. It's just this. It's nothing else.
Wait, did they finally go live on their own channel?
I think they're going to do some preview stuff. So I'd be delayed like 5 seconds. So what I can do when they go to hit play, I
There we go. Off at least for now until I see what all like really gets added.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Tavern Table. How's it going, everybody? Welcome
Someone asked
episode
that in Echo.
4. Give me a second. So, this is Jim Baba, aka Jim Baba. So this aka Ojin. I'm just gonna go with Ojin right now because I just got
instead of
a-
Odin, it's Ojin.
Yeah, Ojin, not
This
Odin.
must be
Yeah,
Paul.
I got a permission from Odin for covering him, so I'm Ojin and aka Jim Baba. And here's Terry, as you guys know. Here's
Hi,
Terry,
everyone.
and here's Paul.
Hi.
Right now, Korea is hot summer right now, so he's dying right now. But we are gonna go the Tavern Table 4. Hey, Wonpack, thank you so much for your offer. We love to talk with you. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go Q&A session right now.
Yeah, so we have a lot of ground to cover and not a whole lot of time to cover it in, and we got a lot of questions.
Yes.
First and foremost, boys, as I always say at the
Do you
start of
guys
this,
hear, like,
Terry
an
likes to
echo
talk,
feedback
and the one
issue?
thing that he told me the very first time we ever did one of these is to cut him off if he starts talking too much and like rambling and stuff. So it's not I'm trying to be rude, I'm just trying to keep things moving. Second. I have no
You guys-
choice on my
am I
channel
tripping?
because of Twitch being Twitch.
Sounds
I have
really
to run
weird.
3 minutes of ads an hour. They're going to do it automatically. If it happens, it happens. I'm very sorry. But the only
Yeah,
other
he's
alternative is
echoing, like,
anytime
bad.
anybody ever joined the channel, they would end up getting an ad when they like showed up. And it's just, you know, we're going to tear the Band-Aid. Okay. Almost every question here comes from people in the community. I have a lot of them. So we're just going to kind of go down the list. And just so that you guys know, Jin after this one is going to be kind of taking over. He's going to be running the tavern talks like Odin used to do. So we're kind of doing like this little warm handoff, and Jin's going to kind of be running the show after this. So
Yeah,
all of the
not much
future
I can do about it, guys.
dev Q&A things are going to be done like on Iron Mace's channel. They're just going to handle it in house. Okay.
The lag is
All
only
right.
on my
One
stream.
pack. Give me a
Okay.
second.
What do you mean the lag is on my stream?
Okay. We're gonna. 예, 너무 근데 우리가 못 들으잖아요.
Yeah, my daughter painted my fingernails. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my
Is
6-year-old
that
painted my
good?
fingernails red.
Give me a second. People heard some like
echo.
the
from
echo issues. So let me double check.
Yeah,
what can
it's
we
not
do?
just my stream.
There's echoes?
That would
Okay.
be crazy.
I don't know from our
Yeah.
From our side.
You
From
think,
our
you
side.
think the
Yeah.
echo
okay.
is
TV
only
is
on my
our
stream?
mic is
That's
picking
not
up
true at all.
the echo from the TV.
That's clearly not true.
Oh,
But we
That
needed
would
we
be
needed
crazy.
to
gotcha.
push up the volume because Paul has noise canceling due to his
Real life noise canceller right there.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a problem.
You got to get him a set of headphones.
If
Yeah,
it was, I'd be
next
very
time.
worried.
It
I don't
seems
know.
good right
Okay.
now. Let's begin a Q&A session right now.
Well,
yeah.
so before we
okay,
start,
sorry.
yeah, I just wanted to first of all say thank you to Wonpet. So our goal was to do these kind of tavern tables as like a periodic, regular thing. This time we got a little overwhelmed, with the big hole, without Grayson being here anymore. It was kind of overwhelming for us. So we're just like, oh man, we have enough on our plate with the EAS10. And, Wonpeg was gracious enough to reach out to us. He's like, hey, I have a spot. So I think and he was kind enough to let us do this as like a co-production. So thank you very much for that. So
Yeah. I mean, it's your show, dude. I'm just-
Always. Thank you so much, One Pack. Yeah.
Okay,
gotta-
so we got a pretty hard and fast hour, so we're gonna get right into it. Okay.
Okay.
So first up, the first priority I think that just about everybody keeps asking about has to do with like core balance for season 10 stuff.
yes.
So specifically like cleric with miracle, and it looks like it's some AOE res. So in a permadeath extraction game, reses fundamentally change the risk. So how are you balancing that? Cast time, cost, cooldown? Is it once per
all of that-
dungeon? Like, how is it
Yeah.
working?
So luckily we have the balance master himself here. And he I think one of the big changes is that we have the actual balance team now that he's leading. But as you said, it's basically we have all those knobs. It uses an entire perk slot itself. So basically, it modifies the resurrection spell, and it works like a life after death. It's only one per session. Again, we know that it's going to be pretty powerful coming out, and they're going to use those knobs to.
So when you say per session, is it per floor or is it like per dungeon run?
모든 층에서 한 번.
So one time per floor.
Okay,
Right
one
now.
time per floor.
올드에
Okay.
1,
Yeah,
2,
full
3층
perk
다
slot. That's a
통틀어서
big
한 번만.
difference.
Oh no! He's
Sorry,
saying, sorry. Clarification.
It's like
One time per the entire session, so
Per
you don't
dungeon
get a
run.
yeah.
it's like
Okay.
life after
Okay.
death.
So it's like life after that, yeah.
Like entire
Okay.
session, like each floors together, all together, one time. Yeah, one
Okay.
time only.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, and is it the same like cost cast time as like resurrection is? Is that how it's set? And it's just changed it to one-time use?
조금 이제 조정 좀 중이긴 한데.
So they're still doing last minute balancing right now.
last
So
polishing.
he hasn't finalized it
They're
yet.
still
So,
balancing.
Okay.
but it could
Oh,
differ,
boy.
yeah.
all right. So we'll
the-
find out together.
The balance team has been pretty much working
I am
overnight for the
curious.
last week every day. So
I am curious if
so
you have
Divine
two
Barrier.
teammates dead enough.
Yes.
that it's
Divine
worth
Barrier
a
blocks
perk slot.
projectiles,
I
right?
imagine
Is
it's probably
basically what it
gonna
looked
be
like. It was
used, though.
catching arrows and
Trios,
spells.
or you know,
It's
like
is that
our-
I have
if
to
you
imagine. it will be.
familiar with Apex, it's like our Gibby ult. So
Okay.
it's like a
All right.
a dome.
So it's a bubble shield. Does
Yes, bubble
does
shield.
it have like some amount of hit points then, and you just kind of like batter it and it dies?
깨트릴 수 있어요. 뭐,
네,
it's
지금, 네.
그 기간 맞죠?
네.
Yeah, it's just a
Stream is too loud.
duration.
I can change
It's
it.
It's a duration thing. It doesn't have like an amount of health that you can like
yeah.
beat it up and kill it.
그 없을 수는 없죠.
네,
체력이
없어서
이런 거.
없어요. 네.
Yeah, it's just a duration. It's like, hey, if
Is
you
that
want to
better?
fight,
Okay.
come inside.
Okay. How long is it supposed to last? How many charges do we get? I mean, we're looking specifics.
I don't know if
I know you're going to be
because-
like, it's
yeah.
giving it away, right? But like, these are the questions that people are going to want to have because the shift, it starts shifting like how powerful ranged damage is, right? And then if you're looking at like more and more CC, right? More crowd control. It's like, all right, so what is the counterplay opportunities that other classes have against that stuff?
Okay. Well, so again, because they're changing things up, day to day. That's why so the thing is, I don't want to give it out. I don't. First, I have to go look it up in our wiki, our internal wiki.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna have access to it tomorrow, anyways. So
Okay. Wait,
yeah.
Oh, because of the patch, you mean?
Yeah, because of the
Wait.
batch.
Okay. Wait, I thought it was, because I thought it was the 17th.
So our 17th is tomorrow.
Right. Okay. So it's going to be tomorrow night then?
That's our plan.
Okay.
It's actually a holiday in Korea, so the people the main people that are gonna manage the update were coming out tomorrow. So
Okay.
it better be tomorrow. I'm kidding.
This is kind of cringy.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
gonna
so
be real with you.
all right,
This-
I guess
this-
we'll
this whole
move
back and forth
to
over
another
the
one of
last,
those
like,
things that
minute
we'll have
was a
to
little
kind of
bit-
play with and see how it feels, and then obviously
Yes.
we'll give feedback. And then obviously this would transition into like a conversation about the wizard kit and how that's changing, because
Yes.
you have the ability to teleport, which gives them a lot more mobility than they had before. I think the biggest concern is the ability to sleep people, and then what looked like it was going to be kind of a free follow-up hit without any kind of like counterplay there.
Okay.
So how are you guys planning on balancing that? And obviously transmog the sheep, right? Being able
Yeah.
to turn people into
Polymorph.
sheep and all that polymorph. Yeah.
Okay, so that's two questions. Is
No,
first of
it's
all,
not my first time.
the
I
change
know.
kind of in identity of the wizard. I know a long time ago, a really long time ago, when we first talked about this, is like the kind of the class identity, and I
Right.
know SDF. This was it's again progress of what he originally wanted. His original intent was to have the wizard be more of like the utility class caster, right? The problem was when we first came out, he was like the mishmash of all the casting, and he kind of became the nuker. That wasn't the intention, right? And the reason he couldn't go with the original intention is that we just didn't have enough spells. So this time was like, hey, it was kind of a commandment. Hey, let's go back to what I originally wanted. And that's why there's all these kind of utility spells. That also does mean that we are rebalancing the wizard. So he's not now moving towards the shifting towards that original intention of being like the utility caster instead of a nuker, right? And so
Okay.
that's why there's going to be a big
That makes it sound like
rebalancing
they're
of
gonna
some of
nerf
those, the
wizard's damage a lot.
spells.
Okay.
And so then now we had to, there's a delicate balance of making the CC spells
Because if they're giving
worthwhile.
wizard
right.
new stuff,
So, yeah, this was one
they
of the
wanna
biggest
make it not
challenges
like a
for
new class,
the balance
that
team
seems like the
is that
logical
they've been-
thing, right?
Oh, yeah, he's had a huge headache. So I'll give you
Yeah.
a little bit of the specifics. Like for sleep, is that right now it's a projectile spell, and then when you get hit with it, so the other thing I want to make clear is in the trailer, I know, dude, Lego Time Bomb, dude, he hit it out of the park, with the trailer, but. We were working in parallel. There's a lot of stuff that's being changed too. So there are some differences. So with the sleep spell right now is a projectile spell. When you get hit with it, is you don't instantly fall asleep. Is that you enter a stage called sleepy, so you have a little bit of time, and then you go into a very short duration sleep. If you get hit, you come out of sleep, right? The like polymorph is you could change into a random different animal, and if the wizard misses the polymorph, then he actually polymorphs himself. So stuff like
Really?
this is there's different knobs. We
You
know
polymorph
it's
yourself?
coming out. It's supposed to be a little bit.
Oh,
We
man,
wanted
I
to
don't
have
know.
that kind of attractiveness, but it's
I don't know if I could use that in solos.
it was a big task for the balance team. That's what I want to say.
Okay. All right. So there's a little bit of risk to doing like polymorph stuff.
Yeah.
And then as a projectile, you mean that it's the sleep spell isn't going to be hit scan. It's not
Yeah,
just
it's
like
not
if you
hit
click
scan,
on him, it
yeah.
hits. Okay. So there's a little bit of like skill needed, I suppose, is the best way to put it. If somebody does get slept, so the one concern I think that people will have with the idea around sleep is if the sleep hits and someone is slowed and eventually stopped as a result of it, and they have you're in a party with good coordination, you can kind of like alpha strike somebody, and it ends up being almost like a free headshot or two on somebody inside of a handful of frames, and then they just kind of blink out of existence. I don't think it would be crazy to think of like a couple of guys with windlasses just basically waiting for the sleep to hit so that they can like clap somebody. So there might end up being some balance stuff there. I'm just
We
putting it
are
out there for
very,
what it
very
is.
much aware of that. So, so the balance team is on very high alert, like coming out, especially this time. There's a huge amount of new skills perks, and then they're reworking a lot of the older ones too. So
Yeah, I had the same exact
Okay.
reaction
Okay.
of wondering what's going to happen when Windlass
all right.
Ranger just sits there and
So
waits for the sleep
moving
to
on
go
to
off.
Rogue then, kind of like the same kind of thing.
so before
Rogue,
we move on to Rogue, then
Yeah.
is
sure.
because I mentioned that there is at least for the wizard and the cleric is Lego was kind enough to make us a little thing to give you a guide. Can we just show that really quick? Like a
Give me
little
one
video
second.
Sorry, I'm
Do you think he's
going to
ask about Invis
we
Rogue?
might be
Because
muted,
I feel
so we're
like
going to come back
landmine
soon.
Rogue questions are coming.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just deafen this, and then I'm gonna like play the feed on my end, and then
Yeah,
I'll.
thank
I'll
you so
come
much.
back.
And I'm just going to scene change right
Okay, cool.
now.
Oh, okay. Transmutation, Meteor Strike, Frostwave, Fly. Oh, that went so fast. New perks. I wish that went a little slower.
Okay, that's what we got. That's what
So-
we got.
Are you back?
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
hope
so
that
that's-
Invis Rogue is
Yeah,
asked
that's
about.
the kind of the
not sure if it will
breakdown
be or
for
not,
our
though.
new wizard and cleric. As you know, as you said, we also, we're
You got the
going
cleric
to
page
talk
now?
about the rogue.
Good man.
We redid some of the rogue
If
stuff.
you're in my Discord,
there's
if you
some
wanna pop
ranger
that in
stuff,
there,
and
I'll
then
take a look
there's
at it.
also just a general balance pass for the other classes.
Okay. Yeah, that was really quick. So somebody grab a clip of that. That was moving fast. All right. Yeah. There's somebody got a clip of it. Good.
Well, we'll put it up later afterwards too. So.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. On to Rogue stuff. So
Yes.
Rogue is getting wall climb and play dead.
Yes.
Right. On top of some of the other like deception stuff that they already have kind of going on. Same kind of question, right? Like as stuff moves forward, the idea being that Rogue becomes even more evasive than they already have been previously. Is there, because of this added mobility with like wall climb and like the ability for them to play dead as like further options, is there going to be an adjustment to how hide works?
Yes. So there's gonna. So I'll just come out with it. Hyde's gonna get a huge nerf at the start of
Okay.
season 10. Okay. So I think
Okay.
yeah. So the reason the rogue is getting these kind of two big ones also is that they were originally supposed to come out at season 9. It's just that we just
Right.
ran out of steam towards the end, and then they were already in the works. So we're like, hey, okay, let's get it ready for season 10, right? So that's the history behind that.
Okay. So we're going to see some pretty major changes.
I
to
wonder what they
Hyde.
mean by huge
Do you not
nerfs.
want to
Yes.
elaborate, or do you want us to find out like when the patch hits?
There's gonna be probably a lot of gripes from the Rogue community.
that's a
because
good
of that.
sign.
But at the same time, for us is that we did think that, especially that landmine, we want to make that, a little bit more less prevalent, I guess, right? So it's kind of it's not a very elegant solution right now, but
I
yeah,
feel like they're going to
Hyde
get
is-
rid of a charge.
Hyde is no longer gonna be like, oh, this is the absolute necessary skill. That's
That's just a
what we're
guess,
hoping
but
to
I
go
feel
for.
like because it has 2 charges
You know,
right now.
we are
I wonder if
introducing
they'll get rid of one
Play
charge,
Dead.
but
It's
like
kind of
then it's still
a different
I don't know. It's hard to
role,
say.
but we have ideas. We're throwing it out there right
Oh, your
now
mic cut out.
because there's gonna be
Oh, there you go.
it'll come out, and we're still looking to do more polishing.
Okay. I have no skin in this game because I don't hardly ever play Rogue. I haven't for a very long time. So I'm going to have to just leave it up to, like Repose or Party Chip when he's,
Well,
playing Warlock all the
so on the other side is that because we know that this is, we're kind of doing this kind of big nerf to Hyde is we are doing a rework of the other skills. And so hopefully it's like a mea culpa. It's like, oh, okay, we're taking away Hyde, but here's some other, some of the other perks and skills that are not used is kind of build that up.
That's exactly what I said
Especially
in the Rogue video that
new
I
perks and
posted. I
skills that
think
were introduced for
6+
Rogue,
months ago.
the new perks
And I got a bunch of
especially
hate
for
over
at
it.
season 9. We saw
I said
very
that
low
they should
engagement,
remove
so we
Rogue
know
Hyde
that,
and
hey,
just
okay,
give Rogue
they're
other
gonna
stuff
get a
that is
big-
more fun to
big
play around.
boost.
Okay. Yeah, like it's I think a lot of this a lot of this reads like there's going to be some pretty big shifts in
Yes.
how the game is getting played by at least 3 of the classes in the game. So I think it's just going to be one of those things where people are going to have to try it out and I guess see what they think. Okay. Let's see. What is the target for your like hit to kill count right now? Is it and for that metric, because you guys talked a lot about like hits to kill rather than time to kill was like one of SDF's primary things. Or do you guys feel like your hit to kill count is where you want it, or do you feel like it still needs adjusting?
Time to kill.
15. Time to kill.
네, 15.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one, Paul
Yeah.
prepared. So he says the main goal is always to make it players easier to learn about items. Wait.
Oh, no.
히트킬 그 얘기가 그거
no,
있었어요. Okay, here. Yeah. So okay.
17?
So yeah. Verbatim from Paul was, our goal has too many different class compositions and item combinations right now to define a specific hit to kill. So this is coming directly from the balance team, right? So he doesn't want, it's just kind of a more general guide. You don't want TTK to be too short, but it should still be possible to have a short TTK. So we're going back to TTK, this is from the balance team. But we want that short TTK to be through skill expression rather than item,
I personally
that's
think the longer the time
what
to kill, generally
vision,
speaking,
their
the more
goal,
fun fights are.
what's driving them.
I
And
think
they
the most
know
fun
that
fights
they
I've
still
ever
have to
had in
improve on it.
Dad were
Okay.
long
Okay.
fights,
I think
not
that's
like
fair.
I see someone,
all right, so
and then we just explore.
I guess kind of switching gears a little bit. You have 2 new, I guess, minor artifacts that were community created that were rumored to be coming into this patch. Is that happening still?
And there's a surprise. So
Okay. Well, we know about the Grimvale cloak right?
Yes.
And then there's the tier of Himthers. So
Yes.
the Grimvale Cloak was one that when the wearer's HP dropped below a certain threshold, it gave them invisibility and
Invis.
movement speed on an internal cooldown.
Yes. It's
And
the
that's going to
wizard
be coming
Invis.
in. Okay.
Pardon?
And then there's a
That sounds
transparent
insane.
Pavis.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
not the Pavis. It's a heater shield, right?
Oh, you're making it a heater.
It's a
Okay.
shield.
The original design was for a Pavis, so that you could
Yeah.
like see through it when you block.
So there's gonna be
Okay.
also actual artifacts too. So
Scotty, I gotta.
Oh,
I
and
gotta
you're
hear
adding
the
more
whole
artifacts.
Q&A before
Yeah,
I
well,
give
you
any
had
real
you had
thoughts here.
the Bardiche in the trailer with that wing motif on it. It looked like it was like a wind attack or something.
yes,
Okay, there's more than that.
there's more than that. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I guess we'll leave a little mystery, right? So there's more,
Yeah.
more little bits of more for both. So
Cool. Okay.
I'm just
Um,
curious how much they nerfed Rogue's Hide.
Season 9, you doubled the artifact drop rates in HR, right? I think midway through there was like an increased artifact
so we did it
drop
at the
rate.
very start of the season.
At the start, that's
Okay, so I'll give you a little history. It was at the end of season 8, we did the event, right? The first
Right.
season.
Yeah, and
the
it was
end of
boosted.
And then during that event, we doubled the rate, right? And then
Okay.
it felt good. So then Paul was like, "Hey, when we start season 9, why don't we just go with that rate from the end of season 8 event?" So that's what we did for season 9. And then at the end of this season, for our end of season event, we doubled it again. So right now it's
Oh.
like it should be, there should
So
be
it's like super
artifacts,
high.
a lot of artifact. But going
Okay.
back to season 10, we're not, right now we feel that's a little too much. So we're gonna go back to the baseline is the season 9. What
At the beginning of
you
the
saw-
season, you mean? You're going back to what it was at the beginning of the season.
beginning of season 9, or
Okay,
the end of event season 8, right? It's the same.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it felt bad. I don't know. Maybe chat. You guys could probably chime in on this one a little bit more than I could.
I feel like there were a lot of
I got
artifacts
a
this season.
pull out of a treasure pile and thought I was God, but it's all right. Like the early season 9 stuff was fine.
Yeah, so I mean, it's continually been creeping up, like from season 7.
I don't
it went
think
up
One
to
Peg's
season
played
8,
Dark and Darker.
season 8, and
in
it went
a
up to
long time.
season 9. And I feel like we're at a good place, So
What do you think this season's drop rate for the artifact?
yeah, so Paul's interested. Yeah,
Yeah.
How's the community feel about the artifact drop rates? from
End
season-
of season.
at the end of season.
In the end of season.
Yeah. How
Because
did it
right
feel like
now
at
it's
the end of
like
the season,
double
boys?
speed.
Was it like too much, or did it feel like was it like too much of a good thing, or was it fine, or
Yeah, I feel like
was too strong?
I
Probably was
remember
good.
artifacts being more prevalent.
Yeah,
than
right now.
Too much for sure.
What I'm used
Hold
should
to.
be-
4 at end. Wow.
I wonder. Do you guys think they were too common?
As I checked the chat, everyone said good, strong, bad, good, strong, bad. So it means
Yeah.
well balanced. That's what.
So the other thing is that I think we've also now we're trying
Everyone
to
works for me
establish
now.
that hey, we have this kind of routine, right? So that's the other big change starting from season 8 was like, hey, we're trying to do these kind of shorter seasons right now at 3-month intervals. And then we want to have those kind of routines. Like at the start of the season, we have the SSF event, and at the end, at the bookmark is have these kind of like the super loot kind of event, right? So
Sure.
we're trying to keep that
Okay.
in mind also.
One of the really popular questions I got a lot of messages about this one was quests at the start. Like you're in solo self-found first
oh
week.
yeah,
First
that's
2
actually
weeks,
an
whatever.
important question.
The quests seem like they burn out pretty fast with
Yes.
the time gates, and people start feeling like they're kind of choked off on like they're collecting resources, but there's not a whole lot to craft, right? Is that still like the same method with like how your quests are being time gated, or are you looking at like opening that up a little bit more?
So we did do some adjustments. We learned from season 9. We weren't able to go deep into that. So all those criticisms we think are valid, right? It's just that, hey, right now we could have put in, working on all the other stuff so at the start of season 10, it should be a little bit more smoother, like opening up different quest lines. I know like one of the big criticisms for season 9 was like, hey, the tailor opened up way too late, right? So it's like if you're
Yeah.
a class that needed cloth, you're like, oh, stuck behind the line, you know. So we did some of those adjustments. It's still gated because you know we do see like you know. Trying to run this as a live service is that we do see people engaging longer through that, right?
Yeah.
I know. Hey, so again, we're gonna learn. Season 10 is a step up. It's not gonna be a huge improvement. Once we get a little bit more, you know, space, we're gonna improve it again for season 11. So the
Okay,
quest is
regarding crafts
constantly-
too,
Yeah.
there's been a lot of requests for like a surgical kit craft and like a bandage craft. Because,
surgical
you know,
kit
especially when it comes to like green and blue
bandage,
bandages and green and blue
I'm
surge kits.
surprised that they have
kidding.
2 weeks of
Why
self-found,
not?
but they don't have
He said, "Why
quests
not?" So-
fixated.
Yeah, I mean, we have crafts.
Started
We
away.
have crafts for like every other consumable, but those.
I think
That, you
it's
know,
a fun idea.
we've been able to make potions forever, but we can't.
Yeah.
We can't. No one can craft a bandage.
Well, so you heard it. He thinks it's a fun idea. Paul's like, okay, why not? So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Okay, shifting to season 9 hotfix stuff. So you guys changed High Roller around to
Yes.
needing like an entry fee that was a lot higher than what it had been before, and then obviously
Yes.
like a gear score requirement on equipped gear. How do you guys feel like that has worked? Do you feel like it's worked out well? Do you feel like mid-tier players are getting priced out? Is it working the way that you want it to?
Oh yes. So I think for us, we think it worked out for the most part. I think one of the things that we were talking about, Paul and I specifically talking about, is like giving the modes, each mode, a specific identity, right? And so like High Roller or originally with STF and I was like, we wanted it to be like real high rollers, right? But it was kind of meshing into like, oh, there's very few differentiators between normal and high roller. And so we wanted to get that into the game. Like with the Gambler's token was, oh, okay, now we have that incentive to do that. But at the same time, we were also motivated because, in high rollers, the risk reward factor we didn't think was balanced correctly. We wanted, there was a lot of rats in Korea, they call them crows, that
the
go
rat
in
problem
with
in
very
high
little
roller
to
was
lose.
pretty
And so
dire.
that was kind of like, oh, we give it it's specific identity, and we could also battle that issue. So that that's our motivation.
I think the high
behind
roller
it.
change
We
was actually
think that
good.
it's actually
personally,
worked
even
out
though I
the
haven't
way that we
played it
wanted
much.
to work out, and giving the different modes, specific identities. So PVE, normal now has that kind of progression that we wanted as the onboarding, and then high rollers is like, hey, yeah, I'm really into the super high adrenaline, rush, and arenas is its arenas, and the Squire Royale is its own kind of ecosphere, right?
So do you feel like HR is performing closer to the way that you want it now?
Yes.
With how you've adjusted it? Okay.
Yes, and we actually, so again with the higher the entrance barriers, we did see that dip originally, but then it he'll recover very very quickly.
Well, I imagine
So
it
we're-
recovered because
we're
of the
happy about
normals
that.
change too.
So we're seeing really it's like really balanced distribution across the different modes now, and so
Okay. Just like you mean like on a macro level.
yeah, on a macro level, and so that's
Okay.
what we wanted to do. It's like, hey, have these spaces where you have that choice to kind of figure out like, oh, okay, this is the level I'm comfortable at, or this is what I want to play at, and give people those kind of sandboxes or playgrounds, I guess.
So, and in terms of game modes, how do you guys feel that Squire Royale is working out?
So in terms of player engagement and like, just like fun, for us too, is like, we really enjoy that mode, right? So it was kind of a internal passion project too, right? Is like, we're very satisfied with it. It's having good engagement. So it kind of has its own, type audience too. So
Yeah,
which
I
was
think so.
interesting. Yeah. But yeah, we're really happy with it.
Okay. Follow-up question for the HR mode. Will it be the same type of build when the next season begins in a day or whatever? Will it still be the 500 gold coin and the gear score
okay.
requirement?
Oh, so that's an excellent point. Is that during SSF event, the first 2 weeks of the season, because there's no marketplace, we realized that hey, the minimum gear score for high rollers is a little bit tough. Is that during that first 2 weeks when there is no market, we actually we're gonna loosen the minimum gear score requirement, and then once the market opens, it's gonna revert back to what it is right now. So I think
That
it's
probably
like
makes sense.
right
it's a
now
lot
it's like
easier to have higher gear with market, so that makes sense.
지금 280.
So right now it's 280, right, on the live. You need a minimum gear score, and it's going to be 140 half during the SSF because we realize, hey, you have to actually manually accrue those pieces.
Will it still be a 500 gold buy-in?
Yes, it's still a 500 gold buy-in.
Okay. All right. A little expensive on the way in, lads. Save your coins, I guess. Okay. Let's see. All right. So, I guess content balance stuff. So Inferno got revamped in season 9, and you made it like a 5x5.
Yes.
And now you're adding Magma Wyvern to the game. So how are
And
you?
5x5.
How are you? One of the criticisms that people have about how HR is versus, like, say, running Squire Royale, for instance, is the loot reward in HR seems like it's a little bit lackluster comparatively. When you have even a small chance to, like, say, get an artifact, you have a pretty good chance of getting like legendary items if you make it to the 3rd floor and all that. So how are you looking at tuning like boss loot to make it like more worth the risk, I guess, if you want to put it that way?
Well, so
No, there's been no talk of
first of
secure
all,
bid or anything. No.
if you're looking specifically at artifacts, High Roller does have a little bit bonus over SR. Also on SR, it's like there's only one party that's gonna come out with it, right? So
Right.
yeah, I think those are the things that we put into we factored in. Is like, hey, you're not always expected to win and come out with the best items every time you go into the Inferno or the lower depths, right? So overall for us, we saw really good engagement with the revamped Inferno. So I don't know. Yeah, to us, we're pretty satisfied. I mean, again, we could always keep on continuing. We're planning to tweak the loot a little bit more, but yeah, we're into a area now that we feel like we're.
How do you guys feel the loot is?
Now it's just a matter of doing little tweaks, right?
From High Roller versus.
Do you feel like
Yes.
the 5x5 map size works out better for like map flow versus
Yes.
like the I guess 4x4 from before?
Yes. So
Okay.
it's just like for us it's a good balance in terms of the flow and also in terms of us generating the modules and setting that up. So Fire Deep, the revamped Fire Deep is also going to be 5x5, right? So that's kind of
Oh, okay.
what we're used to and what we're balancing around, right?
I hope
So you're
Fire
adding a
Deep
lot of new
feels more
modules for
playable.
Fire Deep then.
It's been pretty
Yeah,
bad for the last few seasons.
Our level guy had a lot of sleepless nights working on that. So
So
I
how
don't
many,
look
what's,
compared to
the,
normal,
what's the
it's
pool
not
size of
SQR.
modules now for Fire Deep then in this game?
no, so Fire Deep
I'm-
is because there was so much added. We basically made exactly enough.
You made 25. Are they being shuffled or is it going to be a fixed map?
They're going to be shuffled though.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. So I think you already answered this. There's going to be 2 weeks solo self found
Yes.
this time around. Okay.
Yes.
And are you looking at making that like a permanent fixture, I guess, moving
I think,
forward? Because we've kind of had that for the last few seasons.
Yeah, the feedback's been good. It's good to kind of, like I said, we're trying to at least now when Paul and I had that, hey, now you guys, watch over Dark and Darker from SEO. It's like, okay, our philosophy when we were going in is like, hey, let's try to make things more stable, more predictable. That was our kind of key word, right? And give people so they could kind of have a plan. And so that's the thing. It's like, so that's why we're going with these kind of 3-month seasons, at least for a while, and then have that event in the beginning, event and at the end, right? And then we'll have a mid-season kind of a little.
I do think 3 months for a season is the right way to go. I think any longer,
the stuff that we did
it feels too long.
Right? So I think that this season we did the ping system refresh, right? So which was
and I like the way that you guys
that.
revamped ping system. I think was pretty nice, with the color coded markers and stuff.
So we could get out there with version 0.1, and then hey, hopefully we could offer another thing that's improves on that, or gives a new variation on the current toys.
Mm-hmm. And regarding Ruins, there's a lot of modules that kind of end up being like little rest stops. There's a lot of empty modules. Are you guys looking to add stuff to those modules that end up kind of being open space?
So that was done on purpose. So
I was going to say that wasn't on purpose.
It's only on the 7x7 ones, right? So it's Squire Royale uses
they've answered this question last season.
Random 5x5s, right? On the 7x7. So the motivation when we did that originally was because we wanted to make it so it's a little bit more friendly for people that are starting to learn the game, right? Whereas a kind of tight 5x5, there's certain things that we have to always kind of keep in mind, is that we want to have a optimal amount of players per session on the servers to make sense for us, business-wise, running the servers. That's also a reason that a big motivation behind the continuous matchmaking too, is that hey, we don't. It's like running an empty server costs just the exact same amount as running a full server for us, right? And so, but doing that on a 5x5 on a full loot game for beginners is kind of the entrance barrier is too high. So that's why we went to 7x7. The problem there is
I'm making this face because they've answered this question before.
It's very performance and resource heavy, right?
Yeah, I think this was in the last Q&A or the one before it, one of the others.
Additional stuff.
Yeah.
I know even right now we're struggling with this and we're working on it, and we have another new expert that's looking directly at this, is trying to bring back performance, right? But yeah,
that's another big one for people. Is it's felt like performance has steadily been kind of declining as things have been added.
Yes, that's true. That's absolutely true. So,
I mean, I like the space personally.
7x7 Ruins is only possible because we have those rest stops. Otherwise, it's then expect even bigger chug fest, right? So,
gotcha.
I think
but we are happy with the 7x7 because as the gateway for new players coming in to learn it, is that we think that's a good balance point, whereas 5x5 was just a little bit too sweaty, right? Even for new players.
Right. Okay. We're actually doing pretty good on time. I'm getting down toward the bottom.
I think having break spaces
we got 15 minutes or so left
for the game.
Okay.
Personally.
Don't worry, boys. I see the stuff that you're asking. It's in here, I swear. Okay. So, another big one for a lot of people is Secure Boot TPM 2.0 HVCI. Was there,
earlier, if you're still
I guess
here.
a direct question is best I can put this. Was there a measurable drop in cheating from implementing it that you can see? And for a lot of the players that have older PCs that don't have TPM modules on their motherboard and don't want to spend $90 to go get one from Amazon, do you figure that the reduction in cheating, if there was one, is worth locking those people out?
So I can ask Paul directly about this, because his background is actually as a security expert. before he came here. But 그래서 그 TPM 이런 거 이제 우리가 추가했잖아요. 그 실제로 이제 그 해킹 이런 거가 치터들이
네.
그
그거 이제
효과 있었는지.
업데이트 했었는데 한번.
okay. Oh, okay. Awesome. Wait. So
Yeah. Let's see the script.
어디 있죠? Okay.
I'm kind of curious
Skip
about
those
this as
Pro
well.
sections.
So yeah, he actually. So I think the other reason it's going really quick is that you were able to send us.
Yeah, I sent you a huge list. I added to that
Yeah,
since
we
I sent
got
it to
this
you.
one.
But
Oh
yeah,
my
I sent you a
God.
huge list. Yeah.
But so Paul. Yeah, so he's saying there was a actual the positive. The original feedback was that. So in China, we have a lot. There's actually like these companies that build hacks and have subscription services and stuff.
Yeah.
And when this first went out, with our context there is like a lot of them just stopped selling a product for our game, right? So we know that had an impact there. When it first came out too, is that we know we internally, our metrics, we were showing a significant drop. The problem is, of course, it's not, everyone adapts, right? So the big change we're seeing is that there is a difference in the type of hacks now. Is there's a lot of them have started moving on to this thing called DMA hacks,
Yeah.
Yes.
which is now much more difficult for us to combat and detect. The other thing is like even with the current hacks is like one of the things we started noticing recently was the frequency of like older exploits are still they're being discovered a little bit faster, and so our internal thought is that hey now the hackers are using AI to analyze and find exploits faster, right? So again, it's this never-ending kind of cat and mouse chase, right? When you talk about supporting the older systems, is like so. I think the benchmark, for us as a competitor, it's not as a multiplayer game where people have high stakes involved, is that trying to ensure a minimum level of integrity is a high priority for us, right? We do want to have more people play, So the way we look at it is we kind of try to follow the other benchmarks of the most popular competitive online games, and so our benchmark is like Riot with like Valorant and League of Legends, right? So
I
unfortunately,
don't think it's going anywhere, fellas. I think that's the TLDR
we
here.
feel like
what
that's
I'm
the
hearing.
standard, and we're just following that standard. And that there's still so many people worldwide that could play League, right? So
Right.
We don't have like, for us is right now, battling the hackers is still higher priority than widening the pool, especially right now with our performance too, right? It's so heavy that even if we widen it, it's like, oh, could you actually have a satisfying experience on the lower end machines too?
Okay. So, just to kind of reiterate it, though, you feel as though the reduction in cheating has been worth the unfortunate reality that some people just aren't going to be able to play the game.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That doesn't surprise me. That's an answer I kind of figured they would give.
Let's see. What do I have? Is there a path that you guys see where you would be able to allow people with older hardware to get a little bit more access to the game? Like lower ranks of arena or something along those lines?
몇 가지 좀 그
I'm
시스템
not sure
개발이 좀
how many
필요하기는 한데
games there
네,
are,
네.
like big
일단은
companies
이제
that have the
그냥
same
이제
kind of stuff that
허용을
Dark
하게 되면
Darker
그
has. I'd
올드
have to do
하드를
some
이용해서
research on
해킹을
that
하기 때문에 어느 정도 좀
to be able to
기반이
give
좀
like more of
개발이
an
좀 필요한
opinion on this.
상황이에요.
Okay, yeah. So there's room for additional development to try to support that. But if we just, again, that's extra cost for us that we have to start looking into. So right now there's no intention to just open it up to older hardware because that's that's going to be the vector
Right.
of all the cheating.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Let's see. How do you feel like the player population health is at the moment? Do you feel like it's doing well? Have you seen like a generalized uptick with how things
Yes.
have been the last several iterations?
So let's be very realistic. Is that it's a far cry from the heydays, right? But for
Sure.
us, is that hey, we're looking at just trying to stabilize. Like I said, our keywords when we're running the last 2 seasons was hey, stabilize, make it predictable, right? And so I think we're accomplishing a lot of the goals that we had internally. In terms of player population, we feel like we're seeing that too. Is that so a little background? Season 8 was we saw because we're a seasonal game, is at the start of the season you have the peak and then it'll drop off, right? Season 8 was the best drop off, the slowest drop off we've ever had, right? Comparative to the other seasons, right? And then season 9 is the first time where from season to season, the actual population went up, right? So we're like, oh,
Nice.
That's another improvement. And then in terms of the drop off, it's actually right behind season 8 in terms of the percentage. Again, there's you're starting with a lower nominal number, so maybe
Right.
it's close, but all that taken into consideration for us is that was a big win. The other thing we're taking into consideration is like we haven't been spending any actual paid marketing for like the last 3 seasons, right? And so this is
Right,
all
yeah.
being done organically. I think we did maybe pay during we had a tournament, like a streamer tournament in season 7, and then had like a cash prize.
Yeah, you had
but,
a streamer tournament that I casted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
yeah.
that was like last year, right? So that was like
Yeah.
and then at the start of season 8, we did a little. So the thing is, we're not spending money right now because we were at that phase like, hey, we got to stabilize triage, right? And so it doesn't
Yeah, of
really
course.
make sense to poor people, but another encouraging metric is that even without that spend, is that we're starting to see like organically new players coming in, and then season 8, we saw a small boost. Season 10, the entire player population boosted around 5 to 10% without any marketing. Well, without any paid marketing, Dude, like Lego
Sure.
again is just crushing it, right, with the teasers. So
Yeah, he's great.
that kind of stuff.
I'm
Doing it
curious what the
internally
player count's going to
is
be like
making
for
an
the start
impact.
of
And
this
then
season.
season 9 is we've also seen substantial noticeable improvements on new player retention rates too, right? And so these are all like, again, they're all little things, but those are things that we're trying to start building up. And once we get
Sure.
a little bit more comfortable at this, is like, oh, okay, then let's kind of consider, making a bigger push, right? But right now,
Okay.
we're pretty happy.
So with that, where do you guys feel like you are regarding like early access moving into like a 1.0? How far off do you feel like that is? Do you have an internal roadmap for like,
I didn't
okay,
think
here's
that was
where
ever
1.0
leaving
is,
early
and
access.
how far do you feel like you're away from that if you have one?
Yeah, 1.0.
I don't think it'll ever leave EA.
Well, so personally, like, I would love to have 1.0 next year, right? Sometime next
Okay.
year. I'm super envious of like our friends over at Pocket Pair because they just released Power 1.0, right?
Yeah.
Dude,
It's great.
they did awesome job out there, right?
Yeah, Power, I've heard
And
a
so
lot
it's
of
just
people
like, oh
talking
man,
about
and they did
that,
it in
but I'm not
like
playing it.
2 years of early access, right? So we're like, dude, okay.
They
we
also
gotta
sold
learn
like
some
10
of the
million
tricks.
units or something. So
But yeah, I think, so to be honest, we are still missing a lot of core stuff that like when people think of a 1.0 release, some of the polish. So I think the big things for us would be like, we're still missing a kind of marquee social feature. We still don't have the training, like that kind of the progression. And then I think we're also working on right now is the housing system, right? So I think these three
you say
things are
training?
That was my
actual
next
check
question.
marks.
Like the
And then, but
skill tree system.
at least two of these things are being actively worked on right now. And so again, fingers crossed is hopefully maybe next year.
Okay. And where are you in the social hub? Like, I guess progress.
So you remember there was like multiple technical issues, right? So, but in the design side of it, now it's pretty much done. So we had a pretty contentious debate meeting yesterday. Is like just finalizing some of the details and stuff. But yeah.
Okay. Any idea on a timeline when you figure that would get implemented?
You know how bad I am with timelines, so
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's fair. So soon TM, I guess.
yes.
Okay. So
We're not
we
getting-
have like a handful of minutes left. So I have like lightning round kind of stuff. You can respond as short or as long as you want, I guess. Is there like a degenerate build for a class that you're glad is kind of phased out, that you're happy with the change that you had made?
Okay. Build. Let's see. Oh, so I left that question for Paul to answer because.
Okay.
25?
아니 뭐죠? 신현님 그거를 what was that at?
This should be
forget where
it's
that
like way
went.
down the bottom, probably. Or I'm at the end.
Is that then?
Like the last 10 lines or so, probably somewhere around there. I like I said, I added a bunch of stuff since I sent that to you, though.
Okay, so here it is. Yeah, so there's been various exploits and broken builds. One that comes to mind is an exploit that allowed players to fire bolts continuously. So back then, everyone in Dungeon was just using crossbows like rifles. That's what he said.
Oh, yeah, the hot
swap.
swapping crossbow thing.
I made a video on that.
Yeah, the mosquito build with the hand crossies playing rogue with poison. That was fun too. Repose made that one famous. Okay, is there a balance change the community's been begging for that you decided not to do?
balance 커뮤니티에서 이걸 꼭 해주세요. 근데 우리가 일부러 안 한 것도 있어요.
거의, answer.
어디죠?
That is my answer.
Okay, yeah, right. No, yeah. So he's saying, yeah. As Paul now, he's leading the balance team. He's like he's trying to take that feedback from the community. He says, I always do my best to listen closely to what actual players want. So he wants, he's not trying to refuse that.
Yeah.
So-
Is there a class that you guys
consider?
consider as like overtuned or undertuned right now?
So he says, okay, Wizard and Cleric have gotten stronger. Rogue maybe have a bit of a rough time early on. So this upcoming season.
That's kind of par for the course for every season, though.
Yeah.
Rogue, everybody tends to say Rogue is like really underperforming when they don't have gear, and then toward the end of the season they scale like crazy, and then they're three-shotting people.
Yeah, so I think...
But a lot of that was Hyde too, though.
Yeah, so there's gonna be a learning period with the new Hyde, or
I'm
So the
curious
other
what this new
thing
Hyde's
he's saying
gonna
is
be.
like Sorcerer currently has the lowest win rate statistically, and then
Really?
yeah.
Huh. I'm gonna have to get Morty on that. Okay. And then I have like a section at the very bottom that was like last second questions that people have been asking.
Okay.
So there's still like some of this is bug stuff. So there's still an existing bug with spell wheels where like when you select a spell, sometimes the spell doesn't get selected and it selects the wrong one.
So,
Yeah.
That's
So, yeah. Okay.
yeah, you probably do the same.
Yeah. So he's working. He's gonna be fixed, revamped in the new season, and then he's also making it so it's easier to cancel spell selection. So
Okay.
yeah, he's
Okay. Are talent
directly
trees still
looking into that.
planned?
Pardon?
Are talent trees still planned?
Ballot trees.
So you remember I was talking about like the three big things for 1.0? It was
Yeah,
like
he already-
the,
I was like, he
the
already
social,
answered it.
the housing, and then the training. And I said two of them are actively being worked on right now. Is basically the one that's not being worked on right now is the training. So that's after
Okay.
these two.
We're not getting
So
skill trees
it's still
for
it's
2
still
years.
on the list, but it's kind of pushed out.
Yeah, because we want to.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
For sure.
We want to feed back into this loop of getting the new players, getting returning players too. We actually saw a pretty decent group of returning players for season 9, and so getting these people to. I think you were also there was a question about like solo versus trio, the solo players, and trying to support.
Yeah,
them
like
more.
balance for solo
so-
versus trio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so if we think like having these kind of more community stuff is the way that we want to kind of encourage, less solo play, right? And better coordination and communication. So we have the ping system, we have the party finder. Both of them we're finding good engagement with. So build on that first.
Okay.
Right.
So with that, then there's no intention, or is there an intention to have like a solo or duo queue for arena, or is it going to stay trios?
Yeah, so I think the arena right now, again, we're gonna, like, I know it's weird because saying this because we did add another queue for this arena, but then
Right.
we're only looking to add. So our goal is to start, kind of compress. Well, I think we're at like the limit now. Is like adding, expanding queues is. We have to really, really think about the
We
cost
just talked
benefits
about that
for
earlier.
right?
How there's
and so
217
for
queues in the game
arenas,
right
like
now.
a solo duo, we just don't think it works out numbers wise right now.
Okay.
Even having these two, we were kind of very, very worried, and we're like, oh, we're at like kind of the limits. We'll see, but it's been asked for a while, and so
Yeah.
okay, let's try it. But it
People
actually
just,
had really.
it's easier to have one
decent-
friend than two, is just kind of how people have been putting it.
Yeah. So these are again, we have to eat some costs right now.
Sure. I understand. Okay. So I guess that's just something we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for to see if, we can do
Yes.
it. Okay. Are you planning on having a level 1 for Frost Cavern and Fire Deep to make them 3 levels like Crypts, or are you planning on leaving it 2?
Yeah, so the goal is to have eventually all maps be 3 levels, right? I don't think,
Okay.
that's going to be a requirement for getting to 1.0, but at least have more than one, just more than Forgotten Castle, right? When we get to 1.0. So,
Okay. There have been multiple requests from a lot of people. This is probably 3 seasons this question has been getting asked, which I misunderstood the last time that I did one of these, and I apologize. But there's a US East and a US West
Yes.
server. There's
Yeah,
been
yeah.
repeated requests to
Yeah.
merge those 2 servers into US Central and have like a singular, like centrally located US server. Have you considered doing that? And
Yeah, so we
if so,
actually-
is that something that you're planning on doing?
We actually put internally to an actual action plan, like, oh, okay, a feasibility, and I was like, oh, this is totally possible. And for us, it's it reduces management costs and makes things easier for us. But then I think prior to that, we're like, okay, let's check once again with the partners and the community, and the feedback we got then was like, no, don't do that, because then like people on the US East, people in the US that like to play with their European friends, they're like, oh, we can't do that. People in the US that play with their, people in Asia, like they can't do it on West. And we're like, oh, we didn't, that was a consideration we didn't think about. And I was like, oh, okay. And so that was a stopper for us. It's like, oh, we're ready. We're like ready to do that. And then it was the opposite. It was like, oh, we were told by the community we don't want that, So that's
Okay.
so.
I'm not
So you're
really
planning on leaving it
opposed
the
to
way that
that,
it is for now?
honestly.
I mean, if
feel
we
like
want
it'd be
to
fine.
bring back this conversation, we're open to that, right? Because again, for us, it's like we thought that would create a better experience for most of the players. So, we're open to having that conversation for sure.
Yeah, I mean, for stuff like this, one of the things that I've seen be relatively effective in other communities would be to do a poll, but do it in game. Like if you built a system to like poll people on those types of questions,
I
to see
mean,
like, what
that's
the
how,
community wanted. At
I
least
think
that way
that's
they're
how
directly
Mistfall does
interacting with
it.
it,
I
and you
think
don't get
Mistfall
biased
has
like you'd see on
one
like
US server. I
another
don't
social
think they
media
have
platform.
East and West.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so regarding dungeons and how they're built, continuous dungeon is a thing that
It's here to stay.
probably works for you from a business perspective.
Yes.
But from a player perspective, a lot of times when you end up kind of showing
I
up
hate
late,
continuous dungeon
you
for High
either
Roller.
feel pressed for time or you end up like in an area that has
One of my-
already been
it's one of my
cleared or
biggest
looted or
gripes
whatever,
for
or both.
High Roller in general.
And in the case of, places like HR, that higher risk ends up kicking in. And I know you said that in the past, you said there was like switches that were involved with, sometimes you have a queue and sometimes you don't based on like population and popularity. Are you planning on adjusting that at all? Only because it feels like when it comes to like the higher risk side of things in HR, a lot of people want to have like more fights, but they tend to not get them because you don't really hold off very long on waiting for other people to kind of queue so that the round could start. Is that something that you're looking at changing, or are you leaving it kind of the way it is for now?
So the matchmaking system itself now is because, we pretty much, you've been with us for a long time. It's like we pretty much built and tried every single matchmaking system, right?
It's just the third partying becomes problematic.
Um,
Either you're the one doing it or you're the one receiving it,
Yeah. So again, there's the aspect of the business aspect of running the servers and trying to get that golden amount of people. I know for us, as we feel like we've improved a lot. So
it feels like
of course there's a lot of still criticism because third parties sucks.
It feels like
Getting
they're
third-party
keeping continuous HR
Okay, so that's
because
again,
it's cheaper, even though
I don't
it
know if
makes
it's
the
a very
player
high
experience
priority
worse.
because
That's what I'm getting.
Can I
from
ask you
what
guys,
they're
do
saying.
you, like from a design perspective, are you concerned with third partying? Is it something that you want to try and minimize, or do you just consider it like part of the experience and people have to
그러니까
deal?
그거를 이제 뭐 줄이고 싶은지 없애고 싶은 건지 아니면 그거는 그냥 우리 게임이다.
CMM?
에?
CMM 상황에서요?
그냥 똑같이 이런 거. 뭐둘다 CM에서.
이건 뭐 자연스러운 거니까.
Yeah, so I mean, we think that's kind of we could talk about the frequency, but it's kind of a a natural thing that's built into what we were expecting in that it's like supposed to be somewhat unpredictable. So again, like completely getting rid of third parties is not something we're trying to do, but I think we could definitely have a conversation about the frequency. So and then the different game modes matter too. Like in Squire Royale, it's supposed to be just a slobber fest, right? Like just a slobber fest. So yeah.
I mean, there's no risk to Squire Royale. It's 100 gold worth of potions and bandages, and you just kind of go.
Yes. So this is something that we're still open to we're always open to for a conversation. But again, yeah, you're right. We're not looking to just completely get rid of that, right? We want to have that sense of dangers. I know, it makes that conversation a little bit more sensitive in high rollers because of the stakes involved. So at the same time, there's other considerations for us too, is on the business side, but yeah, we'll look into it and tune it some more, right? So
yeah, I think people were just curious about like how you were planning on having the game built, because like from let's say like the Tarkov world, right? Like Nikita just basically says like no one cares about your feelings, the game's hard, deal with it, right? Like that's just his philosophy, and that's what people understand, and that's the game. And I was just curious where you guys were kind of like on that spectrum.
I mean, so we're all different people here too.
Sure.
I would say SDF is probably much closer to Nikita, and then so
Okay.
yeah, there's different voices across that spectrum here, right? So
Okay. Let's see. I only have a couple left. So we know that design, whatever, like moving forward, two classes that have been repeatedly like teased or mentioned have been Monk and Paladin. Are those things that you still want to do. Is Paladin still something that you're planning on? Because now we have Cleric has like, you know, holy sword summons and like all this other stuff. Are you planning on having a Paladin or like something like that, or a monk? If so, do you have any idea when that would be introduced?
So there's no timeline on that because there is, you know, still a transition stuff that's going in internally, right? So like, you know, a lot of the archetypes and the main core designs for these classes are coming from SDF, right? But now, you know, we're taking on more and more responsibilities, and I think eventually the big overwhelming question staring us in the face is like, oh, okay, now for class design is when's that shift from, you know, being designed by SVF coming completely over to us, right? So this is a conversation we still have to do, and that hasn't fully been decided yet. And so that's why I can't give you a answer on when the monk's coming, because, you know, if we're designing it,
Sure.
yeah.
I do have a couple more. So there is, and I don't know if this is design intentional or not. This was brought to somebody mentioned this today, like an hour ago. The magic staff, when casting, has an additional movement speed penalty of like 10 plus movement speed while casting in excess of every other casting focus.
Oh, he fixed it. He said it's fixed.
You fixed it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, sick.
Yeah, staff
right, never mind.
casting has always been pretty funky.
And
That's
then
good that they
there
fixed
was
it.
somebody had a question about like something akin to like the stop killing games movement, where like if and when this game got to the point where it was nearing the end of its life cycle, do you guys have something where you want to make sure that the game would still be playable for people once the game's sundowned? If and when?
I mean, that's a legitimate question. So many of these kind of games, like when they start doing bad, they just shut down forever and the game is lost.
Honestly, like we don't want to. We haven't really, you know, we've had.
I don't think anybody wants to have to think about that shit, but
issues here. So maybe that should have been more at our forefront. But it was just.
I mean, that is a legitimate question.
Like, how do we survive? How do we survive?
That's why the whole stop.
That's fair. That's
I don't know. Yeah, this is something I haven't actually talked about.
Maybe one day.
I can't give you.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Like I said, I'm just trying to ask questions that other people are asking because, you know.
You can support it by making it playable
about
offline.
Like
and not removing it
I don't worry
from the store
at all,
completely.
So our goal is to run the game as long as possible, right?
Yeah.
And then if that does come up, we'll let's have that. Let's talk about that, right?
Here is a really high rule.
Because like it's a question that you don't want to ask. But if like it ever happens and you never ask it, eventually the game could just disappear. And we've seen that happen with other games, you know.
Okay,
it's legitimate.
I don't know, boys. Like last second chance, if there's anything like really pertinent,
but.
Well, so I think
it's still,
you know,
I get what he's saying.
We're working on the Ranger thing. Sorry, this is just the heads up is that there was some stuff that's hinted in the teaser, but during that, you know, the balancing stuff is like, hey, wait, it's not exactly up to the what our expectation was. So some of the Ranger stuff is going to be a little lacking at the start of the season. We actually put it in and pulled it back out.
That's all right. No one likes Rangers anyway.
Okay.
No, I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding, boys. The Rangers are going to come for me, dude. Okay. People are asking if there's plans to add a backpack because, you know, obviously
the backpack.
Dude, we haven't thought about that in a while.
We're waiting so long for a backpack.
So, you know, we are making slow progress on the inventory side, little by little. Like Paul, you know,
new maps for Squire Royale.
His actual background.
That's a good
is also
question. They haven't answered that.
You know, a programmer, right?
Yeah.
So, like this time, I think one of the
I would love to
the
play
most
Squire
underrated
Royale
changes this season was that things go in vertically now instead of horizontally.
Okay.
In the inventory.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that was.
I did myself.
Yeah, he did. He's just like, I can't stand this anymore. So, backpack. we'll have a talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
Regarding
He is
regarding
the
inventory
most
stuff, is
busiest
there
people at our
plans?
company.
Is there plans for an auto sort button?
Oh yeah, auto sort. So he actually made a design document
The auto
about
sort.
that.
Okay.
Again, there was pushback internally, mainly from me about that. So that's if
Why does
I'm
everything
kind
get
of a stopper on that.
pushed
Is
back,
like,
man?
oh
Oh
wait,
my
is this
God.
really the best way to do that, right? So, but it's an ongoing, actual active
Oh my God.
debate internally.
Everything just gets pushed back.
really
I
support
swear.
organization.
Okay. All right. Any idea when that would be something we could see?
No, until we do rock
I
paper
can't
scissors
even.
and
I can't.
someone wins. Probably not.
I don't even know what to even
Inventory
say.
search function?
We've been
Yeah,
waiting
so
for
there's
auto.
a-
Like
there's a sort
all these other
filter,
games are coming out with auto sort.
I think we
and
talked
Dan
about
just
it
can't do it.
at the
It's
last tavern
crazy.
table. Maybe
It's
was
so sad.
the reason. It's a kind of a more design philosophy thing rather than technical now. And so
Well,
it's
it's been
like
like a day
you
or
know
two.
the difference between us and like Tarkov is like we have actual limited size of each inventory stash, right? And so it's like there's an actual logical problem of like, oh, okay, filling in those empty spaces and stuff is like, so, we haven't come up with like an elegant solution,
Okay.
So
And I do.
it's
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
it's very far on the horizon unless we get a eureka moment.
I guess I
Okay.
just don't understand how
So not soon.
Hunger
Not soon.
and Mistfall
right.
already have
All right.
auto sort,
I mean,
and they're
and
not
then
even.
my man
released yet. I
Vinrar.
just don't get it.
My man Vinrar has a question regarding Arena.
Arena,
Queue times in Arena for higher ELO rating, MMR rating, 3K plus. He says an average of an hour and 30-minute queue time to get into games. Sometimes up to 5 hours at rough times.
Arena에서
Is there any plan to fix that?
What the?
So he's like, oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of surprising. I think, again, it is, it's a complex issue, right? We just don't have enough players at that range, right?
In solo or?
Is
Yeah,
it solo
that-
duo or
yeah.
is it flex or solo duo?
I think it's trio.
The trio
Queue.
stuff.
I think it's trio
okay.
queue. I mean, I would assume Vinrar plays with homies.
Okay. Yeah, we don't have an easy solution for that, or except for letting him stomp.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see. Somebody was saying there's a bug with grapple and heavy swing.
Okay.
Can you guys be a little bit more specific? Tin can grapple
Mm-hmm.
heavy swing bug. He says.
Grapple이랑 heavy swing, like together, there's a bug or?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not aware of any.
Grapple will apply
어떤
the
문제
slow
잘못했어?
off
어,
of
좀-
heavy swing.
Is that a bug?
Heavy swing slows with grapple.
When,
To-
oh,
If you have a two-hander out before you grapple, it applies the heavy swing debuff. It looks like.
그러니까 그 헤비 스윙하고 투핸드를 꺼내잖아요. 그럼 그래플 할때그 속도가 이동 속도,
야,
액션 스피드 or
slow.
이거
그래프 slow.
느리겠네요.
Yeah,
The heavy
이거
swing
adjust,
perk
so
with a two-hander in
just
hand is
조금
applying
될 거예요.
the debuff with the grapple when they hit
Okay.
somebody with the grapple.
Well, so he's saying it's going to be adjusted. So I don't know. Maybe it's an intentional thing. So, hey, to send us more specifics about that. And
He's saying the movement speed slow ends up more severe than if somebody got hit with Achilles. Because the heavy swing movement speed debuff is being applied when somebody gets grappled with the grappling hook.
okay. 그래플 할 때요. 이걸 맞잖아요. 그 무브먼트 스피드 디버프가 엄청 강해요.
네, 알아, 조정했어요.
Oh, okay. So that's an
I know
intended
that.
effect, and then he actually reduced the amount when that happens. That's what he's Paul's saying.
Okay, so it's something that you've already been looking at?
So yeah, he said that's actually an intended effect, and it was
Oh.
overtuned.
Oh, it was
That-
overtuned.
That
Okay.
movement penalty. So it's been adjusted.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. There's your answer, boys. They talked about optimization already. How much PDR does the helmet give Paul?
이거 얼마큼 PDR 주는지. PDR 얼마큼
just
You guys are awesome, too.
15?
It's
You
very
look at
strong.
200, you have a
strong
3-second movement speed debuff. That is pretty good.
He actually has multiple
That's
now.
very, very
so
good.
you guys started him on like
um,
a collection of armor.
But it's hard to sound play. Oh.
Okay, this is probably. I think this is going to be last question, boys.
Okay.
And then we're probably gonna scoot. People, the last like question. This has been asked a bunch of times actually in the last few days. Arena. Now that Arena kind of has found like its place, are you guys working on trying to make like specific Arena maps as opposed to using modules from like the primary like core game?
Oh, that's a very
Because the question is like, can we make them symmetrical? I guess is kind of what people are looking for. Is like something that's designed around the arena like function fight.
yeah, that's a very sensitive question, even internally. So we have people on both sides of the fence there. You know, we would like to explore that. So
Oh, I guess okay. So yeah, I guess I'll ask one more. after the
어린아이에서
boys.
맞는 맵 생각이 있는지.
리소스 문제가 있어서 저도 원하기는 하는데.
Yeah,
이번에.
so I mean, and there's also a resource issue. You know, well, like it was impossible this season because we had to, one guy had to pump out like 15 fire deep maps all at once. So.
Right.
But
Okay.
so
and
there's an
with-
internal debate about that. Yeah,
Okay. So maybe, I
maybe,
guess.
yeah, maybe.
All right. And then I guess last would
push.
be for Squire Royale. Is it going to stay just like the Crypts run, or are you looking at maybe
I'm
doing
glad they
a
asked
map
that question.
rotation
I
for
was
like
hoping they
Goblin?
would.
Let's say like Ashen.
Well, so internally,
Maybe not
like
watermark.
we had that discussion. It's like, oh, okay, because yeah, it does get a little bit, we want a little bit more variety, but I think we decided is like, hey, Squire Royale, the one that we want to push out right is like the 3 floors, and right now we only have that one map with 3 floors. So
Okay.
I think when you
Right.
get
So
a map
maybe
with 3 floors,
if and when you add a third floor to one of the other maps.
then it should enter the Squire Royale pool. That's kind of
Okay.
the scheme that we decided upon here.
I feel like they should
All right.
just.
Well, we are over
Goblin
probably by
Caves
about. I mean,
to
we started about 10
Squire
minutes
Royale,
late, but we're over
considering
probably.
the
Yeah, right.
Inferno
So the reason,
is
one of the big
new.
reasons that 1
You would
hour
think
was
they
like,
would wanna
yeah,
add that for the
Paul has
most
like a
popular
couple
game mode.
kilograms of metal on his head.
That's like a really weird
Yeah, yeah.
decision.
Humid heat. So
Yeah. Okay. Boys, I apologize if I didn't get to all the questions that you were trying to ask. Hopefully, I got to everything that you wanted to ask. Appreciate y'all for coming and hanging out, Terry, Jin.
hey, no, I mean, thank you
appreciate
so
you guys.
much for offering us, this chance, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We were
Thanks for
just
saying
2
yes.
heads down and giving us that heads up. So.
All right. I suppose we'll make sure that a summary of all this gets up. Knowing So Bad, he'll probably have it posted on Reddit like 5 minutes ago. He's usually on top of it.
Shout out to So Bad.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, fellas. Appreciate the time you took.
Can I add
We'll,
one more
we'll
thing?
see
if
you for
guys
the
don't
next
mind?
one.
Yeah, go.
Yeah. Let me add one more thing. So,
Yeah, go
Iron
ahead.
Mace, Darker and Darker, we're gonna go to the PAX West. So,
yeah.
September 4th to 7th, basically me, probably Terry,
probably be
Paul,
there too, yeah.
maybe SDM, we're gonna go there and I'll spend some time with the NA users for sure. So, and I'm keep thinking about what should I make for the merch because it's gonna be free merch. Any visitor can have at least one merch, I believe. So please visit us. Yeah. If you guys give me an idea, maybe DM, I'll read it. What's gonna be great idea. Also, we are gonna go to the TGS, Tokyo Game Show as well. So please visit us.
Yeah, if you're-
yeah. Last one. Shout out to Warlord Tournaments.
Oh, yeah,
Everybody, players,
Hey,
casters. Shout out everybody. Thank you so much for support. Yep. That's it for me. Yeah. Oh, shout out to Odin.
Yeah.
Shout out to Odin. Yeah.
Odin Grayson.
Yeah, Grayson.
Oh, so the other thing is, the wipe is happening tomorrow, and then the season start is happening tomorrow, and then we're also gonna have a Twitch drops, similar to the start of last season, it's going to be starting on the Saturday, our Saturday. So I think maybe your Friday night for people in the US.
Yeah, it'd be midnight, the AM BST for July 18th. So
Will Paul be armored
midnight,
up
July
at
18th
PAX?
BST.
Probably, yeah.
And
I'm
then
sure he will
the
be.
first week goes until midnight, 11:59 p.m., whatever, on the 24th.
Yeah. So if you're familiar from the last two kind of Twitch drops, it's like there's going to be like a, multiple campaigns kind of consecutively, serially, right? So. Yep.
Very cool.
Yep.
Looking forward to it. Oh, I did have, I guess, one last passing question. Somebody asked about if you were doing anything, changing anything with Bard.
Bard, no, not yet. But we did get, have a talk with SDF. He's like, hey, you guys know.
I feel like Bard has been used and
the-
abused.
The next,
at this point.
season 11.
I don't
is,
even know
Bard's on
what
the
Bard's
table.
identity
And so
even is
this
at this
was
point.
the start of that conversation of passing that mantle of the character class designs. Is like, hey, maybe you guys want to start with instead of like something hefty like
I
the
know
monk,
so many last questions.
existing class, right? The rework. So nothing big this time. There are again some changes on the perks, and I think one of the songs, but it's not a major overhaul, right? That's the plan is the next season.
Okay. All right. So I guess Bard has something that's changing. We just don't really know what.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we'll all find out tomorrow. Whenever
Yeah,
the patch
I
hits.
think timing wise, it makes it was a lot easier for us too. It's like, hey, if I don't have an answer, you'll find out tomorrow, right? So
Yeah. I guess so. All right. Well, thank you guys very, very much for your time.
Thank
Chad,
you so
thanks
much.
for coming and hanging out.
Thank you.
W boys, appreciate you all, and we will see you the next one, whenever that is.
Yes.
All right. See you in
All
the
right.
dungeon.
See you in
you
the
later, boys.
dungeon.
See you in the dungeon.
Later.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about some of the stuff when they were talking about the 1.0 release for the game and the stuff that is like kind of far out. One thing I'm a little bit worried about in terms of like short term to mid-term Dark and Darker is it seems like some of like the core key features that I think a lot of you, like not just myself, are like looking for. It's a little bit worrisome to hear that the skill trees are basically not even being worked on, because they even talked about doing like working on stuff for next year. And when they asked that, and they asked about the skill, the skill tree, it wasn't even like a next year conversation. So we probably aren't getting skill trees in Dark and Darker for almost 2 years, which it feels worrisome, because in terms of like gameplay progression for Dark and Darker, as the season progresses, as far as like your character customization goes, you have 4 perks, 2 skills, but there's no like nuance in it, like in what a skill tree would give you. And I guess like a good example of that would be, I would have to use Mistfall just because there's no other game that's like close that has one. But I think having like an option of a bunch of different skills and like a tree like branch is more interactive, interesting than like Dad's current system. And clearly at one point in time they agreed with that, because they were planning to add that system to the game. But it's a little bit worrisome just that it seems like it's not even close to releasing. I don't know if any of you guys want to chime in on that that thought there, but The other one is the fact that auto sort, which is already in competitor extractions that are releasing later this year, both Hunger and Mistfall, they already have like auto sort, and it's like such a small thing, but it seems weird that something as simple as auto sort is like basically impossible for Iron Mace to do. I don't know, like I don't know if anyone goes to chime in on that one as well, but it feels bad because the organization time that it takes to basically sift through all of like Dark and Darker stuff, it's really time consuming. So it's kind of a shame that that kind of stuff is being delayed, you know? I feel like if you don't care about auto sort, it means that you haven't played the games that do have it. Because if you played either Mistfall or Hunger and you had access to auto sort, and then you try to go and play Dark and Darker that doesn't have it, you absolutely notice that it's not there. It's like it's one of those key quality of life features that the game like desperately should have, but it doesn't have it. And like maybe you don't care because you're not used to it or you haven't used it in other games, I don't really know. But the fact that it's not in the game like definitely sucks. Item swapping positions. Yeah, that's well that would be nice as well. Yeah, like when you drag stuff on top of each other and it kind of like messes up and nothing happens. Yeah, that can always be annoying when it does. It all depends on if the other stuff they add keeps it interesting enough to not need a skill tree. Well, I guess that's what it comes down to, because at this point, yeah, I mean that's fair. At this point, I think it's safe to assume that Dark and Darker just will never have a skill tree. Like for I mean, like maybe in 2 or 3 years, but I would just say just we're not ever going to have one at this point. Just it doesn't seem like we will. So, I guess you just have to be okay with Dark and Darker's current system of not having one. And hopefully Iron Mace can like make the system good or as good as they can without having it, cuz yeah, I don't think at this point they're ever going to add one. I don't imagine. I mean, I'm not really too worried about the new DB project. I mean, that's probably not releasing for 1 to 2 years, so I'll worry about it when we actually get some when I can actually play the game. You know, I'll have more to say about it. It's not about balance. The skill tree is more about player choice and variety rather than just strictly balance speaking. Being able to it gives you more like wiggle room in like how you're or you know how you're changing up, optimizing your character. And that's part of what I like about Mistfall is that we have the trees that gives that it feels like I have more choice as to how I basically move and change my character around versus just like a few perks and skills, you know? That's how I feel, at least. A 5th perk slot at level 20. Man, Dark and Darker has been balanced for so many years on 4 perks. If and when they ever do plan to add a skill tree, it's hard to imagine a 5th perk slot would like not break the game. I would say if they were ever thinking about adding a 5th perk slot to see if it broke the game or not, it should be at the end of the season as like a maybe even like a limited time mode or something, because that might break the game. It's very possible. I mean, it would change classes a lot. You know, that's a lot of power that you're gaining that you wouldn't normally have. You have to be very careful when you add stuff like that if you ever were to, you know? Yeah, I think the way that One Peg asks that stop killing games question, I think he didn't really ask it very well, but I think the question does have some validity to it. I'm personally a fan, or I'm personally of the mindset that, you know, if you have a game that you like to play and it's online and the company chooses to take the game down, I feel like the company should do something to allow players to continue to play. So let's go like worst case scenario here. Let's say that in the next 2 years, Dark and Darker flopped. Like let's just whatever. Let's say the game just didn't do well and the company just couldn't keep the game open. I don't expect that to happen, but let's just say that it did. Wouldn't it suck from a player perspective if Dark and Darker died and the game went down completely and everything that was ever done for this game was now lost media versus the game being playable in an offline state or whatever? I feel like that's a valid question, you know? Yeah, maybe the context or like the timing that he asked the question, maybe that's what was off. Like the question makes sense, but like yeah, to throw it in like the middle of the questions, it was a little bit weirdly timed. I don't disagree with that. But it is but again, I do think it's a valid question, you know? And that's primarily because I do support the Stop Killing Games movement as a whole. So, you know, I've personally had games that I played that went offline that I didn't want to go offline, you know? But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we didn't really get an answer out of it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that's yeah, that sounds like a very yeah, that's definitely like a different kind of question than like a tavern table talk for the new season for sure. That was a little bit out of place. I don't think I would have asked that question if I was in the hot seat there asking Iron Mace the questions. I don't think I would have asked that question there. That seemed a little bit weird. There were a few like awkward slash weirdly timed questions throughout the interview, I think. I don't know if anyone else like noticed it as well, but like there were definitely a few times where it was almost like cringy to watch. Just my own 2 cents, I guess. Well, you can't blame the person asking the question in chat because as the person in the hot seat or as the streamer, you are like responsible for what questions you're asking. So if someone like sends you a question that doesn't make sense or it doesn't fit in the context of the interview, and then you just blurt it out there anyway, well, that clearly that's on the person asking the question, not the one in chat who just brought it up, you know? Just that's all. I don't know. I just I really wish that Iron Mace would just do their own interviews, to be honest. I would rather them just do them themselves, but whatever. I'm not going to talk about it anymore, I guess. There were just some weird moments in that stream. And just to be clear, I would never even want to ask Iron Mace questions like that. That is not something that interests me at all. I'm just pointing out that whatever. Like the one question that was asked, oh my god, which one was it? I don't want to like draw a blank here. It was the duplicate question that was already answered from last season. Oh my god, which one was it? Now I'm like drawing a blank. There was a question that was asked, and it was exactly the same question that we already went over in a previous Tavern Talk. And it was like almost word for word verbatim. And I was like listening to the question and thinking like that's a weird question to ask because we already we already talked about it in like the last dev Q&A. I wish I could remember which question it was, but I'm like drawing a blank. I don't remember. I guess shame on me for forgetting. Oh, yeah, yeah, thanks for reminding me. I want to show off. Yeah, I got the snapshot of the cleric skills. See, let me show you. I gotcha. Let me pull them up. Nice. Perfect. Okay, new cleric perks. We have Sacred Flame, Divine Echo, Blood Tithe, Heretic's Brand, Banishing Touch, Pain Offering, Aura of All, Stigmata. New spells, Divine Grace, Withering Word, Radiant Blade, we saw that. Miracle, Blessed Wait, didn't they say that Miracle was... Wait, I'm confused. Didn't Iron Mace say that Miracle was a perk? Not a spell? And they said that Resurrection was going to replace it? I guess we'll just see how it works when we get to it. I'm not really sure. Divine Barrier, Veil of Judgment. Hopefully some of these new spells actually feel good for I would love to play solo. I would love to play Spell Cleric again in solos. If it works. That would be really nice. And then we have new skills down here. Confession, Vow of Silence, Excommunication, Barefoot Pilgrimage? What is that? Yeah, I'll have to take a look at all these. Trailer said spell? Yeah, but during the interview, they said there was going to be a perk required to run it. They definitely said that, so I don't know if they misspoke or if it's going to be different. I guess we'll just wait and see. Dude, we're going to have the dogs out playing Cleric. We got Monk early. Right. Alrighty. I can't wait to make a barefoot Cleric build. That'll be fun. That's the goal. As long as this skill isn't garbage, we'll be playing Barefoot Pilgrimage. Radiant Blade's gonna be a nightmare? Well, I'm curious. It depends on how it works. I am curious, for sure. Because if it just sits still and doesn't move, it might not be as oppressive as it sounds. Yeah. Is there anything else that I'm not thinking of that I should cover from that interview? I'm trying to think, because they were talking pretty consistently, so I was trying my best to like not talk over them, but it was basically impossible to do it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to ask and I just didn't do it. I already went over like the important stuff, which was like the skill tree stuff. I think that was really it. I think pretty much everything else is just kind of wait and see for release. Oh, there is one more thing I want to mention. Wizard. Did you guys pick up when they were talking about Wizard that they wanted to basically change the class from a nuking class to a class that is more about utility? To me, that makes it sound like that with these new Wizard spells we're getting, they're going to nerf the damage of Wizard. I don't know if anyone else got that same vibe, but it sounds like Wizard damage is getting a nerf. And I'm also wondering if somehow Staff Mastery is going to get touched in there. Because if Staff Mastery gets nerfed, that build as a whole, like the whole staff build, is completely hinged around Staff Mastery. If that somehow gets nerfed too much, that whole build is probably dead and you just play Caster Cleric instead. Actually, with Rogue, with Hyde getting removed from the game or getting severely nerfed, Caster Cleric might be playable. Because Hyde Rogue has been basically ruining the fun of Caster Wizard for years now. Because, you walk as a wizard, you walk through a door, Invis Rogue is sitting there, well, there you go, GG, you die. If that changes and you can no longer just walk into an Invis Hyde Rogue, Caster Cleric might actually be a lot stronger. So maybe you don't need Staff anymore. Because Staff Mastery was more about trying to protect yourself against rogues. You might not need to do that anymore. So that's good to think of. Well, I don't know if they said... I don't remember hearing spell damage was getting nerfed. I just know they mentioned that Wizard just was not going to be as much of a nuking class, which makes it sound like the damage is getting nerfed. I am glad that they mentioned Hyde Rogue getting nerfed because it was honestly kind of cringe. 6 months ago, they said they were gonna like nerf it or fix it, and they just never did it. And the entire last like 3 to 5 months has just been having to deal with buffed Rogue that also has Hyde. It was just too much. I'm glad that we're finally moving on from this Hyde Rogue gameplay. I don't care if rogues are sad about it or not. Like, it needs to go. All it does is ruin the game for other players that aren't rogues. That shit's been like a problem for a while. You know, it's funny, I mentioned all this in a video that I posted, like, again, it was probably 6 months ago or so. And I mentioned everything that I'm talking about now that they talked about. I said that Invis Rogue was bad for the game, and the class should get buffed to compensate for Hyde being gone. And I got a bunch of hate from all the Rogue mains that want to use Hyde. So it looks like Iron Mace is, like, you know, moving on regardless of what the rogues are thinking. So that's good. Yeah, if solo caster cleric is finally usable again, that will be pretty cool. Because that was like one of the few builds I actually liked playing. If I can play solo caster cleric with legitimate like meta viability, that would be pretty huge. Yeah, I don't like, I want to play wizard, but I feel like I might have to play cleric first. Because if I can make some kind of cleric spell build work, that would be way more fun for me. Rogue has been good without Hyde for quite a while, but Hyde has always just been very oppressive. Yeah, I'm curious what this barefoot pilgrimage is supposed to be. Are you gonna have builds where clerics run no shoes? Like, is it gonna be a skill that's like, if you don't have boots on, like, you get like this crazy benefit or something? Man, it's gonna be something silly for sure. Alright, that's fun. We'll see. Alright, fellas. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. It's kind of late for me, so thank you all for stopping by to watch the Iron Mace dev Q&A. Hopefully you were not disappointed by the answers or the info that we got. I will see you guys probably for wipe, but I would just say don't expect it until, I don't know, I wouldn't expect it until late Friday. I won't be available till like later in the afternoon Friday anyway. But yeah, just know like the wipe usually takes a while. So it starts Friday at midnight. So I would just say expect downtime for 12 to like 18 hours. So sometime like late Friday afternoon for EST, most likely. Alright, see you guys. Catch you later. Have a good rest of your night. Peace.